All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming out this evening. I'm going to open the Intergovernmental Committee of the Warwick City Council. Time is now 5:02. We have one item of business before us. It is PCR 2025, a resolution requesting the Rhode Island General Assembly to enact legislation to create a Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission. As I said, thank you all for coming out. Just quick roadmap for what we're going to do here. The committee here, as this is of vital importance, we're going to move this item out of the committee to the full council floor. At that time, we will take public comment. I'm sure we have some speakers here from both the administration, from the school administration, from the school committee, as well as members of the public. So what I'm looking for here is a motion to move PCR 2025 to the full council floor without recommendation and for public comment in front of the full body. Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Time is 5:05, and the Intergovernmental Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
So when you're ready, clerk will call the roll. Whenever you're ready.
Mr. Snappy.
Here.
Mr. DeLuise.
Here.
Mr. Foley. Here. Mr. Gephardt.
Here.
Mr. Kirby.
Here.
Mr. Lattiser. Here. Mr. Muto.
Here.
Mr. Napa.
Here.
Mr. Ricks.
Here.
9 present.
Councilman Ricks, if you can lead us in a salute to the flag, please.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the long bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, first up, and obviously the one and only thing we'll be covering today is PCR 20-25, a resolution requesting the Rhode Island General Assembly to enact legislation to create a Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission. This is introduced and docketed on behalf of Mayor Boccosi, and we'll start first with a presentation from the mayor and his staff and some advisors, and then we'll hear from the school department / school committee. After that, we'll do the typical format where council members will ask any questions they may have or make any comments they may have, and we'll go to public comment or for public input rather, and then we'll move on from there. If there are any amendments that are desired, please hold off on introducing them until after public input when we move on to the other portion of the meeting, just like we normally do. All right, so Mayor, take it away.
Frank Picozzi, Mayor of the City of Warwick. Good evening, Mr. President, members of the Honorable City Council. My plan is just to give you a brief overview of the situation we're faced with. After that, I'll have our Finance Director, Peter Schaefer, take over. And after that, I'm going to have David Bergantino, the State Auditor General, address the council, and also Ernie Almonte, who formerly served 16 years as Auditor General. Both men have endorsed and are recommending establishing a school budget committee, and they'll explain their thoughts to you. They're experts and have vast experience in these matters, and we're fortunate to have them here. As you know, in December, the school department reported to me and the Auditor General that they have had a $9 million deficit in their 2025 operating budget. And this does not include a deficit in their 2024 budget that hasn't been reconciled as of yet and could be anywhere from $600,000 to $1.3 million. All told, this could add up to $10 million. In addition to the tax increases this would cause, there's a very real concern that our bond rating will be lowered. With over $300 million of bonds to still sell with a lower rating, that will cost the city tens of millions of dollars. The deficit must be lowered as much as possible right now and eliminated over several years with an amortization plan that's approved by the Auditor General. In the past 4 years, the school department has received approximately $20 million in additional funding, $11.5 million from the city and $8.5 million from the state. Last spring, between the city and state, they received about $1 million more than they originally asked for, which it turns out was $9 million less than they actually needed. This is in no way personal. I have a great deal of respect for the school administration and the school committee, but I just don't have confidence in a department that unknowingly created a $10 million deficit to have the ability to fix it. That's why I've decided on this course of action. Last week, they gave me a list of potential cuts to reduce the deficit by $2.8 million that were approved by the school committee, but much of it was just kicking the can a very short distance down the road. Included in the list was a 50% reduction in this year's pension contribution, and they mentioned that they are considering doing this for an extended period of time. This could have a devastating effect on the solvency of the plan, and one day it will come back to the same amount we need now, so it will be recurring. With that, I'm going to turn it over now to Peter Schaefer, the Finance Director.
Peter Schaefer, Finance Director, and I'm even going to be briefer than I thought I was going to be because the mayor said most of what's needed to be said. Is that better? Just to reiterate the facts that are in the resolution. The superintendent requested $190.6 million. We reached an agreement, we negotiated with them, we talked about this, we talked about that. The mayor and the council approved $189.7 million. The legislature was more generous than we expected on state aid. So the school committee finally approved a budget of $191.5 million, which is $900,000 more than the superintendent even requested. And as the mayor talked about, November, we start to hear there's a deficit. December, they informed everyone there was a $9 million deficit. Now, the state envisions oversight. And if all the conditions are met, the Auditor General or the Director of Revenue could create a commission like this, but it would be for the whole city. And the kinds of criteria are deficit 2 years in a row. We don't have that, but we could be there. Actually, the school department, we probably are there because of the deficit that the mayor talked about last year and another projected deficit this year. Filing of audit reports, we're on the margin. We haven't usually really met the December deadline. Downgraded by a nationally recognized rating firm. We're at risk right now because of this. We really are. All of a sudden, in the middle of the year, $9 million deficit in the school department. The city or town is not unable to access the credit markets, same kind of thing. I was a little involved in this idea because I served on the Woonsocket Budget Commission 12, 13 years ago. And this language is drawn from the State Budget Commission statute. It's been modified a lot. It's much weaker than the State Oversight Commission. And the most recent, I want to talk about one thing, and then I'll turn it over to more esteemed, credentialed people than myself. But I want to talk about one change that was made in the last day, which it excludes consideration of the high school financing and the high school project. You know, and a lot of you complained about it, but the last few years, I provided you, pursuant to state law, a 5-year forecast. And the emphasis of that forecast was, can we afford to pay off the debt service on $350 million in bonds over the next 20 years? And how is this going to play out? And we just about got there in that report with tax increases of just under 4%. And there was a range of options. If I had to do that report now, we wouldn't be there. We would not be there. It changes the whole trajectory out 5 years, both in terms of the fund balance to start with, and what is the trajectory of expenses over the next operating expenses that frees up enough money to pay all this debt service. So that's what I have to say. And is it Mr. Almonte now is?
Hello, Mr. President and members of the council and the public. Is that better? It's tough to hold it in my hand because I'm Italian and my hand might move out when I'm speaking, but we'll give it a shot. But Mr. President, members of the council and the public, thank you for allowing me into your house tonight. Many, many years ago, when I was a student at Bryant, I had an internship here in the city of Warwick, and I helped write the accounting policies. And tell you how long ago that was. We weren't using computers. I wrote it all by hand. But I want to I'm here tonight to talk about the Budget Review Commission. A few other things have changed. I need these glasses. I'm here to talk about a Warwick Public Schools Budget Committee. And through all years of experience, I don't see any other option to solve this problem. So I'll start with that, and then I'll tell you a little bit of my credentials and a few reasons why. My credentials, going back, I was the Auditor General for the state of Rhode Island for 17 years, participated in many oversight committees, City of Providence, City of Cranston, Town of Johnston, Cumberland, and many others throughout my career. I'm a CPA, certified public accountant. I'm certified in financial forensics. I'm a certified government financial manager. I was the chairman of the audit committee for the Department of Defense, worked 6 years at the Pentagon. I'm responsible for the audits of over $3 trillion. Graduate of the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. And I was the chair of the audit committee of many colleges and universities. So I have a lot of experience in preparing budgets, auditing budgets, and participating in chairing budget committees. So what's the problem? The problem is we have a projected deficit of $9 million. The request was for approximately $190,600,000, when it actually turned out to be even more than that, got approved, $191 million, approximately $500,000. But the actual spend projected is $200 million. This is a serious structural problem. Not only worried about its effect on the current year, but its effect on future years. It isn't like it's a one-time problem that'll just go away. It's built in to be a problem year after year. This will affect your cumulative budget for the cities, for the whole city, which could affect rating agencies. The rating that you have, which, as the mayor said, would increase your interest rates if they did that. So I look at it, there's no time to waste. We're already at projected 9 million. Every month that goes by, this could go up even further. The second item is it's actually required by law, and credit to the school department for letting the city know about it now, because we have some time to get it done, but time is running out fast. We only have, if you think about it, between now and the end, June 30th, the end, we basically have 5 months to find $9 million to solve this problem. That's a very short period of time. And then the third part is, so that's the second part. The third part is to prepare a budget for 2026. And again, the concern I would have is that this is a structural problem which you're gonna have to build into future budgets as you go forward. The things I see that should happen there, we should have a balanced budget. We should have a forum for accountability. We should have a deficit reduction plan. Now, the way it generally works with deficit is, by law, you could spread it out over 5 years, no more than 5 years. And it has to be either equal or decrease in amounts. Like, you can't put off zero this year's, next year, zero the third year, and then backload it all. The law says it's either divided by 5 in equal amounts, or you can do more upfront. The next thing would be, as Peter mentioned, is to prepare a 5-year budget plan. This would help you all to do your planning as you go forward. So you can look at this plan and say, although when you get out, it gets a little squirrely 3, 4, and 5 years out, because remember, we're estimating, but it's your best educated guess of what that would look like. So I'll close with this. I think the city, combined with the school, because I count you all as one, you have a serious financial problem, and it should be addressed with a sense of urgency. And I'll be around after the Auditor General if you have any questions for me, but I've done this several times throughout my career.
Members of the Warwick City Council, my name is Dave.
So they're right. Normally when someone gets up, they have to introduce themselves for the record.
David Bergantino, State's Auditor General. Members of the Warwick City Council, in granting the Auditor General and other state officials with responsibilities for municipal finance oversight, was the intent of the enacted laws to provide a mechanism that would facilitate timely, correct. I'll start again. In granting the Auditor General and other state officials with responsibilities for municipal financial oversight was the intent of the enacted statute to provide a mechanism that would facilitate timely corrective actions when deficits are reported, preventing them from becoming more significant financial crises. I have provided a letter to the council and appreciate the opportunity to address you today in support of the resolution to petition the General Assembly to enact legislation to create a Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission. Since being appointed in January 2023, after serving under 2 previous Auditor Generals for more than 2 decades, I have been involved with several communities facing school budget deficits. School department deficits are becoming more common as federal pandemic funding expires and budgets need to adjust accordingly. First, I would like to commend the superintendent for reporting the anticipated deficit in a timely manner. This was critical in allowing for immediate actions to begin. I also commend the city and school department for recognizing the urgency of the situation. In my experience, such transparency and leadership is not always demonstrated. While every municipal deficit situation is unique, Warwick's projected deficit requires urgent action for several reasons. First, the size of the projected deficit is significant and is resulting in a budget year where school revenues, which mostly include state and local aid, saw very reasonable increases and largely met the school's budget request. Further, the operating results for fiscal 2024 also operated to a deficit of $1.3 million, which indicates a more structural deficit that needs resolution. Secondly, the realization of a significant deficit in fiscal 2025 could have adverse implications for the city. I commend the Warwick School Committee for identifying immediate cuts for the current year. However, more immediate action is needed to reduce the projected deficit before year end. Failure to do so could negatively impact the city's credit rating on upcoming debt issuances, which would result in substantial increases in the city's borrowing costs. Lastly, a deficit reduction plan must be substantially settled on prior to the city adopting the fiscal 26 budget to ensure that the anticipated deficit is fully addressed and does not compound further. Immediate resources to derive an achievable deficit reduction plan that the council has full confidence in is vital when approving the 2026 budget. In conclusion, my reasons for supporting the resolution before the council are simple. It provides the necessary resources and accountability needed to meet the urgent need for action in the current fiscal year in the development of a deficit reduction plan for future years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, so next we have the chair of the school committee, Sean Galligan. So same thing, please introduce yourself prior to your remarks. And basically inhale the microphone because they are finicky. No, likely not. You're going to have to hold the button for a moment for it to turn on.
We're frugal with our technology.
There's a cost savings there, right off the rip. Sean Galligan, Ward 2, 14 Pilgrim Drive, also serves as the chair of the Warwick School Committee. I'm going to speak solely for the school committee this evening. But first, I just want to say on behalf of the superintendent, she apologizes for not being present this evening. There was a previously scheduled meeting tonight for students that require special services that are in our transition program. It's going on over at Pilgrim High School. She's there with the assistant superintendent, and it's a super important meeting, one which we committed to the community previously, and it's one that she felt that she was needing to be at. And so I said I could come here and I'll answer as many questions to the best of the ability I could. But she did say that she appreciates all of the counselors who either took her call this week or proactively reached out to her to have her questions answered. So hopefully you guys have all the information that you needed. I know Mr. Napa sent over a long list of stuff for us and on the school committee and the school administration. So honorable members of the Warwick City Council, Mr. Mayor, Chief of Staff, Mr. Almonte, and Auditor General. The school committee respectfully opposes the resolution for a special legislative request to create a Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission. While we acknowledge the importance of fiscal responsibility and transparency, we believe that this resolution is not the most effective or appropriate means to achieve these goals. We do, however, remain open to additional measures that would enhance fiscal oversight, increase transparency, and build public confidence among all stakeholders, including taxpayers and state fiscal agencies such as the Auditor General. Our concern lies in the potential impact of such a commission on governance and autonomy of Warwick Public Schools. We understand that the school department's current fiscal position may raise concerns about potential implications for bond ratings or future tax increases, as outlined within the Auditor General's letter that he had sent on to all of you and Mr. Schaefer's remarks. However, the Warwick School Committee has already demonstrated a proactive commitment to addressing these concerns by contracting independent consultants with decades of municipal finance experience and increased communication with the mayor's office and council. Furthermore, we have begun to construct fiscal plans for FY26 through FY30. These plans will be transformative for our school district. Difficult decisions are ahead. I've made these comments back in December when I came before all of you on December 2nd. I made them just last week at the school committee publicly. Recently, we have taken deliberate steps to mitigate the risk of adverse financial projections materializing, to include freezing of discretionary spending. That was back in October. And line item reductions, most recently recognized last Tuesday at the school committee meeting. We are planning for additional line item reductions, both staffing and non-staffing related. We remain steadfast in our efforts to ensure sound fiscal management. Furthermore, we have carefully considered the concerns raised by the Honorable Mayor of the City of Warwick, his administration, the City Council President, and members of the Council. We believe that the proposed actions outlined in the accompanying table that we provided to you within the letter address the concerns comprehensively and effectively. These actions reflect a collaborative and transparent approach to fiscal oversight, ensuring that all stakeholders have confidence in the governance of our public schools. So essentially, in addition to everything that we're already doing with regards to meeting with the mayor biweekly, meeting with the council president, the finance chair, and other city council designees, we've also proposed that biweekly, until the 5-year plan is approved by the Auditor General, we would continue meeting with the mayor's administration, council designees, and our contracted financial consultants. They would be at your disposal. You would direct them. Very similar to a commission coming in, but directed by locally elected people, because that's what the taxpayers should expect, that we, who are intimately involved within our community and know the needs and desires of our community, solve the problem here collaboratively. So you would have those consultants at your disposal, and they would meet with you biweekly under your direction, and then come back to work with Warwick Public Schools based on the actions you provided them. That would be ongoing until that 5-year plan is approved. Council President, is it something going on with the audio here?
Always.
Monthly, the superintendent, the Warwick Public Schools finance director, the school committee designee would all appear before the city council finance subcommittee to discuss expenditures and our fiscal health. So we become before Councilman Lattiser and the other members of the finance subcommittee right here before the general public. Transparency, answering questions, and that would be ongoing until there was confidence renewed in Warwick Public Schools and our administration. Next, and per statute, we would create a corrective action plan and submit it to the Auditor General. This activity would continue weekly, it'd be ongoing, and would be completed by no later than February 28th, addressing everything that we just heard from the prior presentation about doing things quickly and effectively. It should be important to know that if this legislation passes tonight and goes to the State House, you're looking at 30 to 60 days until it passes. 30 to 60 days. If it passes. If it doesn't get sent for commission, if it doesn't get sent for study, 30 to 60 days. Time is of the essence, but 30 to 60 days is what could possibly slow this down with this special legislation, rather than locally elected people putting their minds together, doing it publicly and transparently, and coming to a conclusion and enacting this immediately tomorrow morning. And lastly, constructing a 5-year plan and presenting it publicly before the city council. Coming before all of you, we would do this once per year. I think it would be a good practice since it's revolving. The 5-year plan should be revolving, just like the 5-year forecast that Mr. Schaefer puts together. We would have this completed by no later than February 28th, preferably the week prior, so I can get down to Florida, maybe get one vacation this year. So should the city and city council determine that the special legislation related to a budget commission is necessary, well, then we strongly urge the consideration of utilizing the already established state legislation governing state budget commissions. This approach would ensure consistency with existing frameworks. It wouldn't be biased, right? You would have it handled by the state, so it would be completely impartial rather than appointed by someone within Warwick's government. And it would provide the necessary oversight and support, address fiscal challenges as noted by the Auditor General and Mr. Almonte. So in conclusion, while we oppose the resolution to establish a Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission, we remain committed to working collaboratively with the City Council and other stakeholders to ensure fiscal accountability and transparency. We are confident that through continued dialogue and cooperative efforts, we can achieve these shared goals without compromising the autonomy and effectiveness of our public schools. Now, those comments have been co-signed by my 4 other colleagues on the school committee. And after listening to the presentation by the mayor and his guests, I just want to address a few other points. The first would be on the first page of your resolution. There's an inaccuracy there. It's down at the bottom, and it states that the school committee and school administration have worked without the assistance of the mayor and his administrative staff and have been unsuccessful in drawing down the budget. I actually don't think the mayor and his staff are giving themselves credit. We have worked collaboratively, and we have drawn down the deficit. And I'll touch on that in a minute. So that would be the first thing. The second thing would be, there's no residency requirement within this proposed legislation. So you're going to have someone come into the city, be appointed, make cuts, but not understand what are the community's priorities, what are the community's needs, desires. Then they'll come in, finance related, look at numbers, make cuts, and possibly have a detrimental impact on our community, but more so on the children and their education, because they're numbers people. They're looking at numbers. And that's why teachers have unions, administration has contracts, but the community has a school committee. We're the voice of the taxpayers and the children, and we're at the table. And in the case of this commission, that voice of the taxpayers is being taken away. So while we're trying to address the confidence of the community, we're actually eliminating the community's voice with the proposed legislation before you today. The AG referenced within his letter that was sent to all of you the other day, how if the projected worst case scenario $9 million deficit is realized on June 30th, it could impact the city, bond, and tax rate. Tonight I come before you saying, as noted by the mayor and his team, that last week we already, now mind you, we met with the AG, the Auditor General. That's a bit disrespectful. I'm just knocking you down to letters. The Auditor General we met with last Monday. This past Monday was a holiday. So call it 7 actual business days since the meeting. The first day after the meeting with the Auditor General, when we showed up with a finite number because of due diligence and after slowing spend down, the following day, we already reduced our deficit by $2,894,633. Now, most of the comments that you heard here this evening was that we need to address the deficit and immediately. But then it's, well, we don't like the expenses that you chose to cut. Which one is it? Address the deficit? Or do you want to have a say in what particular items we actually cut? So if you put this out to a commission, well, we're not going to have a say. So let's address that by having a local budget commission featuring members of the council, members of the school committee, members of the school administration, and the mayor's team. Now, the superintendent has recently floated to me additional reductions, both staffing and non-staffing related. And I'm preparing to entertain those and bring those to my colleagues on the school committee in a special school committee meeting, or at the February 11th meeting, which is 2 days prior to the next meeting with the Auditor General. Those cuts amount to $2,481,100. So as I stand here before you tonight, and those cuts are very reasonable, considering where we started, with a projected worst case, if you did nothing, scenario of $9 million. Today I stand before you saying that I'm very confident that the actual deficit today is $3,624,267,000. And that's with 7 calendar days worth of work. Is that a fiscal crisis warranting special legislation? Now I know, and I'm prepared for questions on this. What took you so long? Why didn't you act on this faster? We wanted to validate the numbers. We didn't want to make frivolous cuts, because what's important is that if we just cut, we can impact the child's education. So we want to get it right. Where you as council members, you purchase a fire truck, a dump truck, a plow truck, we purchase people. That's what our customers need. The children are taught by people. So that's our asset that we purchase. So $3.6 million, 7 business days after meeting with the Auditor General. I wouldn't call that a fiscal crisis requiring special legislation. We support additional oversight, but special legislation? Look at the fanfare over here. Additional cameras, the spotlight put on the city. This is terrible. The AG talks about the fiscal health of the school committee, but also the Auditor General notes in his final paragraph in the letter you received concerns on the city side. Further questioning, if you're going to consider a commission, why not look at all the finances? One household, one bank account, right? Next, I have grave concerns, and I say this with all due respect, that the legislation actually calls into, and I said this to a couple of the counselors, calls into the intelligence of all of us. I believe there are some very intelligent people before me, and I believe that the school committee is full of some intelligent people, the mayor's office. I think collaboratively, we could figure this out. But this commission is saying nobody in the room is smart enough to do it. And I challenge that. Before me, I have lawyers and business owners, successful ones. But we can't figure this out. I don't agree. I want to acknowledge Mr. Almonte's comments, and Mr. Almonte is a great guy. I went to many League of Cities and Towns presentations, and his energy is, it's incredible, and he's always given great presentations, and I learned a lot in my first year on the school committee by going to some of his presentations. He did bring up 26 as a concern, and I said that. I said that as well. I'm not concerned about today because I just mentioned to you, we continue to work hard, hour by hour, addressing the current fiscal deficit. So I'm more concerned about next year and how we address this. And that's why we have 2 consultants that are working in parallel with our actions today to put together that 5-year plan that has to be approved by the Auditor General, that has to be coming before all of you as I proposed publicly for everybody to see and understand. As I stated, we would also, the Auditor General talked about budget planning for the City Council. 30 to 60 days, this could be held up at the State House. How are you guys going to plan from a budget perspective? By the time the commission comes in, they're just numbers people. They have to get to know intimately how our school department runs, how our city runs. By charter, we have to have to you by the 15th. Our proposed budget. The mayor likes to have the budget, and that's fine, by the first week of May. So by the end of March, if this all passes and goes smoothly, they're going to be coming in, brought up to speed immediately, and have the ability to put before you a budget that you trust as much as one we give you. The Auditor General also referenced statutes and how we need to follow the statutes and how the school committee followed them and the school administration. Well, there's an existing statute as well regarding budget commissions. Why don't we follow it? Why do we have to create a special one? What is the logic about creating a special one? I feel like the new legislation we're creating actually contradicts Chapter 16 of the Rhode Island General Laws, and that being education. Individuals like yourself and before you and at the State House, they created those laws for a reason, and it's to make sure municipalities do not overrun school districts. It's to make sure that education is a priority within their cities. So tonight, I respectfully ask that you please shoot down this legislation. Consider the proposals that I put before you all. Let's work together with the mayor, his team, his staff, experts, and school committee and the city council, and let's get this done. Because right now, we're doing it, and we're only 7 days into it. And with your help, we could probably close that gap. Thank you.
All right, so before we begin our normal course of business with how we handle proposed legislation, Please note that as the council president, I'm tasked with maintaining decorum. So if anyone wants to make comments or ask questions, you're obviously free to do so once recognized, subject to the normal rules, which includes that you yourself will maintain decorum, which means, in the simplest terms, you can say someone's conduct, you did not like it, you did not like the choices they made. You cannot attack that person or their character. So the simplest example is you can say that idea was stupid. You cannot say that the person was stupid. That's a very clear line. You also can't become irate at the mic or start screaming and yelling, because I'm tasked with maintaining the order of the meeting and making sure it operates efficiently and isn't disrupted. If there's an issue, we'll take a break, allow people to compose themselves, and we'll move on. I don't expect one, but this is still very early on in my tenure as council president. This is not even 2 weeks in as far as for meetings. So want to make sure I'm upfront about my expectations and how I plan to conduct myself. That being said, are there questions or comments on the legislation from members of the council? Councilman Riggs.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chair of the School Committee, Mayor Picozzi, Finance Director, and guests. First thing that I want to say here tonight on the record, I've made some of these comments in a statement on the social media as well. I think that it's important to have public outreach. I'm glad that so many members of the public are here this evening and that members of the media are here as well. It's extremely important for this issue to be considered by the public and for us all to get your input, because we as elected officials are ultimately accountable to the voters. That brings me to my first point here. It was earlier this month that 2 of the 5 members of the Warwick School Committee were sworn in as part of the inauguration. One of the members is brand new to the school committee, and one of the members is one of the, in fact, I believe the longest serving current member of the school committee. If this legislation is passed and then enacted by the General Assembly, then most of the powers of the school committee, so long as this budget commission is in effect, most of those powers normally held by our elected officials, elected by the people, would be turned over to those who are appointed. Let's not make any bones about it. The commission would be effectively controlled by political appointees. Specifically, it provides in this legislation that 3 of 5 members would be appointees of the mayor, as approved with the advice and consent of the city council. And ultimately, as with other appointees of the mayor, even with advice and consent of the city council, the mayor would have the power to remove those particular appointees at any time. So we would be talking about a commission that is made up of a majority of members who are political appointees in that manner, as opposed to people who ran for office, made their case to the people, and received a plurality of the votes by the people this last November. I agree that this is a very serious problem. I would say that the current school committee and the school committee in recent years, I believe, has had a much better relationship with the executive branch and with this city council, at least speaking for myself, what I have observed over these last 8 years that I've been on the city council, compared to many school committees, those relationships over those many years, as well as what I have seen and observed in years before, I became a member of this city council. When I first became a member of the city council, there was what I could describe as a cover-up when it came to the fire alarm systems at a couple of the local elementary schools inside Ward 2. I was not receiving transparency or sincerity about the problems that were going on in local schools. A few years after that, there was an investigation where it was determined that funds were being appropriated in a certain line item of the budget above and beyond the recommended sums, all of this being done by the school finance director in order to, I'll sum it up, put it in a nutshell. It was basically a hiding the ball. It was a lack of transparency. Speaking for myself, that lack of transparency, lack of sincerity that I was observing of a past school committee, if this deficit were happening back then, if I did not have confidence in the current school committee, I might be supporting this legislation. If we cannot trust the people who are tasked with making the decisions, I don't know what the alternative would be. However, recent years, the school committee has truly turned around. I've spoken with and had positive discussions with every single member of the school committee over the last several months and several years. I can tell you that the 5 members of the school committee are sincere people who care about our schools, care about the students. They're trying their best. Obviously, there were mistakes and missteps that got us in this particular position where we're looking at this very large projected deficit. However, I think that the members of the school committee are just as capable of listening to the experts as anyone else. Ultimately, when it comes to implementing these decisions, it is a matter of listening to the experts, making sure that we have the right experts giving the advice here, having a collaborative process, and then making sure that, okay, with the proper oversight, let's try to build a consensus here as much as possible. Ultimately, have to make the difficult decisions in order to solve this problem. It's not going to be solved overnight. It's not going to be solved without pain. These are going to be difficult decisions. And I think that the members of the school committee are sincere, they're capable, and I think that if we are getting the correct advice, the outside experts, and we're getting input from multiple sources, then this is a problem that can be solved, and can be solved through the usual process. Effectively, taking away the power from elected officials and giving it to a different body, especially in the context of effectively further concentrating power under the executive branch of government, I do not see that as a productive solution here. If it were necessary, if, for example, the issue were a matter of political will, if the only way to solve the problem were a matter of overcoming political will, then let's not try to have a political solution. If that were the solution that were truly necessary, I would suggest that we take an entirely different approach where we have outside experts, not from the city, but say from the state, and we have a thorough review of both the city and the school sides of the budget, because while the city is on its side of the budget is not facing any type of deficit such as this, I can tell you that from looking at the numbers, looking at previous years, and I've outlined these concerns in previous meetings, the medium-term and long-term projections for the city are not great. So if this issue here before us requires an extreme solution, then let's not take half measures. Let's make sure that we have the outside people to take a look at everything in its entirety and make those decisions without having to worry about if there is the political will to do so. However, I truly do not think that we are at that point. I think that the school committee is highly motivated to solve this problem. We have good, sincere, transparent people in those positions, and I think that if we have the right outside experts and we come together, we collaborate on this, the school committee will listen to those outside experts, will listen to their colleagues in government, and we can solve this problem working together, not by taking an extreme measure, going to the General Assembly, and effectively undoing, to an extent, the results of the elections that were just held this last November. Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions or comments? Councilman Muto.
Thank you. I also want to first start off by thanking the public, our current and city councilors, as well as the mayor, his office, as well as the school committee and school administration for recognizing this is an important issue for our city. I do have a couple of questions, mostly for clarifying. Is that open at this time to the experts? Okay. I'd like to ask the current Auditor General question, and then follow up with a question for Chairman Galligan. So, Auditor General, so what I've been hearing, and it's been very positive, the current working relationship with the school department and the school administration, although it's been about a week. My question to you is, could you, in your point of view, what is that current working relationship like, and how has that interaction been to date?
So we've had one meeting, which was, as they said, about a week and a half ago. So that's certainly not an issue at this point. There's no lack of cooperation on either side of Warwick government. So that's not a question. The way I'm coming at this is from my experience. And like I said, Warwick is not unique in this standpoint. I'm dealing with 3 communities right now. I'm going on my 2nd year with one municipality. And like I said, every single situation is different. After 2 years, we do not have a corrective action yet. So that is the position that I'm coming at this in that this requires urgency. In that particular situation, that municipality could cover the school deficit if it wanted to. There's no bond rating agency that would look at that situation and even remotely be concerned, because of the amount of surplus and reserves that the municipality has, and the school deficit is nowhere near the amount we're talking about for Warwick. So my letter, my opinion, is coming from that experience. This takes a lot of time under the current general laws that deal with school deficits. And to be clear, I have no authority in that law to do anything other than bring the sides together and monitor progress. Like I said, very frustrating. In most cases, it's taking over a year, and in the ones that are active, we have no corrective action. And in some cases, those structural deficits do leak into the next year. So when I express my concern, it is by no means is it personal. I have a ton of respect, as I mentioned in my comments. I see great leadership here, great urgency being shown by this municipality. And believe me when I tell you that's the exception. It's not the rule I normally run into.
Great.
I hope I answered your question.
No, yeah, you did, plus some. Follow-up question on that. Looking at the current relationship and the working expectations with the school committee over the next 4 to 6 weeks, what is the similarities or differences in the criteria you'll use for acceptance of budgets, cuts, and future budgets? Just in general, is it the same, similar, different? Can you shine some light on that?
So just, I want to be clear that I understand your question. My role is to accept the corrective. Okay, that corrective action may be part of your budget process. Certainly, if some of that corrective action is going to go into 2026, it certainly will be part of your budget process. But I have no involvement in your budget process. My involvement is looking at the reasonableness and the achievability of a deficit reduction plan and ensuring that, in my belief, it's attainable.
So just to clarify, so if the school committee and the school administration comes to you February 28th, I think the date was, with a corrective action, and that is the criteria you use. You won't, it's not that you're giving feedback, it's an assessment of if it's reasonable.
Correct.
Okay. Sean, I'm sorry, Chairman.
Not a problem.
Quick question. So whatever happens tonight, whether it passes or not, okay, we talked about the time, takes 30, 60 days to get to the legislature, whether it passes or not. From now until then, are you committing to continue your work with the current elected officials that represent you, work with the school department, work with the council and mayor to come up with a corrective action that will work with and get approved, or hopefully approved by the Auditor General?
Yeah, Counselor, as Councilman Ricks pointed out, this is a completely different school committee than councils have dealt with in the past. We are true professionals, and whether this was on your docket this evening or not, we'd be working very hard, diligently, daily to put together that corrective action plan. And I believe that my colleagues would all agree that respect and professionalism is something that we should employ each and every day, and coming before each and every one of you to achieve the ultimate outcome here, and that's operating a top-tier school district and having fiscal stability within our budget. So whether this was on your docket tonight or not, we're committed to continuing working down that deficit plan and getting as much done as we can. However, I will say there's slight reservation, because certainly this legislation doesn't come before you unless there's kind of a thought of like no confidence, right? I respect Mayor Picozzi, but as he stated, you know, I can't wait for people that created the problem to fix the problem. So there would be that natural hesitation, right? Like, well, do you want us to continue to make cuts that you could possibly consider frivolous or make the matter worse? In my case here, I believe that the cuts that are being made, the pace at which we're going, it's methodical, they're realistic, they're not harmful to the students and their education, and that we're continuing to provide the taxpayers of Warwick what they deserve, and that's a good quality school system. So
the current process that you're working now
remains the same.
Remains the same. We're not taking, you don't have any powers taken away from you. You have full control and autonomy with putting together that budget.
Yes, and we look to continue to work. We had a productive conversation about 2 weeks ago with Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Lattiser, and Councilman Gebhardt. And I think, you know, I bust his chops. He's tough on me. But Councilman Lattiser, I think he's got some great questions, great ideas. And I think with him as at the helm of Finance Chair, us collaborating with him and the Finance Committee and also the Council President and whoever else he designates, in addition to the Finance Department for the Mayor, we can work through this. And as you've seen, we've already made substantial progress. We're developing our 5-year plan. There's a draft there right now. We could have brought a draft here tonight. But I think as you've seen with this school committee, we want to come before you. We slow things down, and we want to come before you with something that we can stand behind, which is also why we waited until we had the report from the financial consultant before we started raising, alarms here, because we wanted to make sure it was a number we could stand behind, so then we could start working from there.
With that said, how confident are you that you'll have a budget that is workable, balanced, and a corrective action by February 28th?
That's you're putting me on the spot here, Councilman. It's an opinionated question first and foremost. Secondly, that'd be a question best for the superintendent, However, what I can say is, as the chair of the school committee and with my colleagues taking this issue very seriously, that's an expectation we have of the school committee, of the school administration. So we're looking for the administration to have that plan and bring it before all of you. A plan that not only says each year, here's what we're forecasting, what our budget may be, but also the how. How do we achieve that? And that's why I say there's a draft right now, because certainly we could throw these numbers out. And, you know, the meeting last Friday that you attended, there were numbers there for each of the years. But I challenge them to say, how are you going to do that? Because we not just want to hit a mark, but we want to make sure that we can execute and maintain our operations of our school district and have that fiscal stability year over year so you guys can adequately plan. And then that would be the plan that would go to the Auditor General.
So with that said, again, depending on how the vote goes, I have no idea how it goes. If it doesn't pass, you're going to move forward the way you are. If it does pass, what's your intention?
Could you clarify the question a little bit more?
So the current activities you're taking right now to balance the budget for the school department, we're talking about timing.
Yep.
There's two scenarios. If the resolution does not pass, I'm assuming what you spoke about and coming up with a balanced budget for February 28th. If it does pass, what is your intention?
If it does pass, we continue on doing what we're doing here. We draw it down as much as possible, and then when the committee gets uncomfortable, we turn it over to the commission. Okay. Just so that way, they can go on further and give everyone confidence. But I feel confident in the current committee and the administration that we can execute this. So we'll go as far as we can go is my answer tonight.
Okay, one last question. I know I'm going to put you on the spot. I hate the word if.
Yep.
And I've heard it 4 times.
Yes, sir.
In your initial comment.
Yep.
If scares the crap out of me.
Yep.
All right. Because we are in a very sensitive situation. So I will propose this as, a thought is if this passes tonight,
yep,
it's 30 to 60 days before it even gets to the General Assembly and, whether it passes or not. If what you say is true, the commission is useless. We don't need it because you'll already have that solved, correct? Because you'll already have worked with the auditor.
No, Counselor. Part of the sunset piece of the legislation says that the commission not only is involved through the approval of the 5-year plan, but also the upcoming fiscal budget. You're not going to have a fiscal budget developed for the upcoming year. We'll have a number, but as far as line item budgets, expenditures, that's going to take. We've just started the process. We've just started to build that budget. So if you're asking me tonight, will we have fiscal year 26 budget fully developed by February 28th? No, but will we have the 5-year corrective action plan developed by then? Absolutely, because we want to continue to, address the statute and those requirements and get this addressed as quickly as possible. But the legislation would still be in play here, and you would have people from outside the city that would be coming in, and they would be essentially making the decisions on how we spend the money in the upcoming fiscal year. But I would just challenge also that even if we put together, I'm saying we'll have before you the 5-year plan by February 28th, because that's what the superintendent committed to in that letter that you received from the school committee. However, that doesn't necessarily mean you accept it, nor does that mean the Auditor General accepts it. There might be 2, 3, 4 iterations of it. You might say, you know what, it's still a little too rich in FY28. What are you going to do? You might have multiple questions because of OMA. There might be a lot of back and forth. Meetings of the council, meetings of the committee. So, we're dealing with those statutes that might delay us a little bit in, the second and third revisions. And so in that case, the legislation that's before you this evening would still be at play as well.
So I view our body as a reasonable body. And also, once the legislation is passed, the appointments still need to get council approval. That could take 2 or 3 iterations. Okay. What I'm trying to get at Chairman, is you have the confidence that you'll be able to solve this problem for the city
Yes.
with a bunch of ifs. All I'm saying is, if you can solve it, and we have the confidence, and I do, with our conversations and with the conversation of others, very confident that you will be there. But I got this but and if that's hanging over my shoulder. Is if it doesn't happen, if we turn around in May and we don't have a solution and we're in the budget season, and if we do not have some type of forward-looking projections, it basically stymies not just the school department, but the city. We will have a lot more challenges with the budget. So all I'm saying is, I view the legislation as Plan B. All right, in my head, Plan A is, we elected you, we have confidence in you, and we think you can do it. But, there's my but. We've had a history of former school committees that have come before us and asked for a budget, and it doesn't match up. So all I'm saying to my fellow counselors is, Plan B is what we have here. We get the ball rolling on that. Plan A is we work together, continue work together with the experts that you have, and solve this issue. Since the requirements by the Auditor General are the same, it's in your control, it's in the school administration's control to keep control and autonomy to solve the problem. The challenge we have, and we talk about confidence, we want to have confidence. By doing that, we'll create confidence because we'll be working together beforehand. But we want to have a Plan B.
No, it's a great point, Counselor. If I could just address, should the legislation pass, though, and it goes at the rate of speed that's been discussed, and if we continue to work on this, the moment the legislation does pass through the State House, well, then we just stop. So now you have 5 people that are coming in at a very difficult time for the city. There's a major risk here. You're in the month of May when you need to finalize your city's budget, legislation approved, commission members appointed, and then now you need to hurry up and pass a budget. Seems a bit dangerous. Could be very dangerous, because then you have to get the budget over to the mayor, who then supplies it over to the state. So I like your Plan B. I think we apply it. If Plan A doesn't work, then bring this right back to the council. So there's a possibility here for a table, but if you pass it tonight, the moment Plan B becomes enacted, could happen at a very risky time, and all of us get caught in a difficult situation.
So you're saying if the legislation passes,
Yes.
let's say it's 4 weeks from now,
Yes.
I can't imagine any legislation is going to get quicker. Let's say 4 weeks. So you're telling me 4 weeks brings us close to the end of February. Are you saying that the work that you do from now until then is not going to be useful in?
No, it's certainly going to be useful, Counselor. Absolutely. But there's multiple activities here. It's drawing down the current FY25 deficit, development of the 5-year plan with the corrective actions for the Auditor General, and then third is preparation of the FY26 budget. So there's 3 massive activities that are going to be going on at once. So if this legislation passes, even in 8 weeks, call it the end of March, well, then you're going into the month of April. You've given that commission basically 4 to 6 weeks to put together a budget for the school district, and that commission could be composed of individuals that don't necessarily understand the inner workings of Warwick Public Schools.
Last question, I apologize. I promise I'll give up the mic. The current consultants you're working with now,
Yes.
who are they? Where do they come from?
Diane Brennan and Mary King. We actually began to engage. So taking a step back to last year when the school committee became concerned regarding the figures being presented to us by the administration, we immediately froze discretionary spend, so we didn't continue that trajectory towards the worst case scenario $9 million figure. It's at that moment that we contacted our attorney and asked that we wanted an outside financial consultant to come in. Initially, it was Mary King, but Mary said she couldn't do it, and so she brought us Diane Brennan. And actually, Diane Brennan is well known to the city of Warwick because she was previously the financial auditor who worked for the city council. So she's done a fantastic job. She came in, she uncovered financial administrative practices that were inefficient, areas where we needed to tighten up. She's come up with a bunch of recommendations for us. So our 5-year corrective action plan not only looks at fiscal stability, but ways that we can improve financial management as a whole.
Mr. President, can I make a comment on this? Okay. Councilman, there would be a safeguard in place. We can pass the legislation, and if we think they're making significant progress, I can simply not appoint people. And if you don't think, there's another safeguard, you could just not approve my appointments. Right, so we could slam the brakes on it, but I wouldn't want to start with the legislation 2 or 3 months from now. Could be too late by then.
Are you all set, Councilman Muto? For now. Councilman Napa?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I stand? Can I stand to speak? Is that allowed? I'm new to this. My first question is for Chairman Galligan. Just to clarify, it seems as though you're alluding to the fact that if this legislation passes and when it gets enacted by the House and the Senate from the state level, that you're not going to continue to work with the commission to ensure a smooth transition of information and power, is what I take from what you've said.
No, sir. That's let me clarify. When this legislation takes over, based on the components of the legislation, you see that they would have all of the powers relative to financial management and spend. So as far as information transfer, that's more of a commission and administration. That wouldn't be a school committee thing.
But if you've done a lot of legwork since from day one,
Yes.
we've looked at in December until the appointment at the state level, I guess my question to you is, would you be committed to provide your information and support to that commission? Or would you, on behalf of the city school committee, back off and say, well, here you are, this is the bed you've made, now lay in it alone?
I'm committed to the taxpayers of Warwick who elected me to the school committee. However, I'm also bound to whatever rules and regulations there are by statute. So if this legislation were to pass, I would work up until that point. But I would certainly help out in any way that I could. But again, I'm bound to rules and regulations and laws just like you guys are as well. But I'm committed to the taxpayers, and so working hard for them each and every day is what I'll continue to do.
And that's what I expected of you, as I respect you greatly in your efforts. And I do think that you, along with the rest of the city school committee, rather, are very genuine in your efforts. Now, just to clarify your cuts, you made a lot of mention to your cuts, your $6 million cuts. Somehow, magically, $6 million in cuts were made overnight. I challenge that because from what I've seen and conversations you and I have had, some of those quote unquote cuts are more of just a rollover to the following fiscal years. Delays in maintenance to the buildings that have a direct impact on our teachers that many have turned out tonight and our students. Delayed contributions to pensions that affect our WISE union. Many cuts to personnel, which have a direct effect on our students. But my biggest concerns are those rollovers that we're quantifying as cuts. They're not cuts. It's sleight of hand. Let's call it what it is. We're just rolling over. We're rolling over what is today's problem and making it tomorrow's problem. So maybe it looks optically good for fiscal 25, but it's going to look terrible for fiscal 26. And those are my larger concerns. Now, I understand what you're trying to do, and you only have so much you can do in a very short period of time. But let's be careful how we're classifying the reductions in fiscal 25's budget from cuts versus rollovers of the debt to future years. And it's not an amortized over 5-year rollover. We're just kicking the can to 26. So let's not make the problem worse, I guess is what I'm saying. The second point I wanted to make, question, and I wish that there was a member of the administration here. One of the two, I think, probably could have spared themselves from that meeting to come here and stand with the school teachers that they're supposed to represent and manage. But you've apparently become the scapegoat to take all of our questions, and I apologize for that, but you're here.
Understood.
Was it known by and through a memorandum produced by Mr. Ball, by Director Ball, that there was a $2 million deficit in August of 2024?
That's a very pointed question, and it's regarding the administration. I'm not going to be able to answer that question. However, I believe that might have been relative to one of the items that you reached out for and that they provided, correct?
That is correct.
So
So I'll
thank
answer
you.
that question on behalf of the administration. Yes.
Thank you.
There was a known $2 million deficit in August, yet that was not reported to the Office of the Auditor General. Now, flash forward from August, 4 months, 2 becomes 9. Almost $500,000 a month overspending in the budget in 4 months. That's reckless at best. And I'm not saying it was you or any members of the school committee, but someone should be held accountable. And those someones are not here to stand before us and before the public and before the school teachers that are here tonight. Now, that reckless misappropriation of the funds, wherever that bleeding came from and however it arose, is putting their jobs at risk, the welfare and well-being of our students at risk, and the financial stability of our entire city at risk. Now, what you're asking, Mr. Galligan, when you're asking us to not support this legislation, is to hand back over to the people that either ignored the problem when it was known in August and didn't report it to anyone, or at least give them the tools to correct the problem now. Why did we wait so long to take corrective action? Why did we wait so long to stop discretionary spending? That's my question. And
Yeah.
those haven't been answered. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Nope.
Those haven't been answered in any way.
If I could just clarify.
Of course.
So what I'm not asking is for you to ignore the resolution before you tonight and that we all just get up and walk away and everybody goes back and does what they were doing before. What I'm saying is the school committee, as stated to the counselors on Sunday evening in a letter, as well as the administration, welcomes additional oversight. We're asking for that oversight to be of locally elected people, and that, you know, based on all the concerns that we've heard from the council for the last 4 weeks, in addition to the mayor and his administration, that's how that plan got put together. You know, hearing about renewing the public's trust and confidence, additional financial oversight and in a public manner. So that would be the finance subcommittee and so on. So we're not asking you to just give it back to the school administration and walk away. Certainly you should expect some sort of, you know, change in action here. And we're just saying we don't agree with the course of action that's being taken. We think that the other oversight manner is far more appropriate.
Understood. I would challenge some of what you said by so far as, why wasn't there as much transparency prior? You and I have had a good conversation about infighting amongst government, whether it be local or a national level, is not the way forward for anyone. And I think we can all here agree to that. Now, there have been issues before this administration, certainly before I took office, that there was the veil of secrecy over the school department and the school committee and the budget and the spending. And the school department is designed by charter to be an autonomous unit. Fine. I think one thing that runs afoul of our city charter is asking the city council rather, to have a weigh in on how spending occurs, if I understand what you were suggesting.
Yeah,
That would require a change in the charter, which we don't have time for.
we're not necessarily asking you to help us manage the school department. What we're looking to do is just kind of memorialize the actions that should be occurring anyways between the city council and the school committee, so that way everybody stays informed. Certainly at those meetings, there's not going to be any votes taken because neither party can vote on the other person's business. But this would be just kind of a collaborative working meetings and then presentations in front of the public.
So making my point for me, why wouldn't we have memorialized that prior? Why wouldn't we have a very open line of communication between the school department, the school committee, and the city council and the administration? Why can't we do that?
Yep.
Whatever the outcome is of this resolution.
Yep, great question. So prior to this matter coming before you, I believe I can only speak for the last 12 months. My colleague, Mr. Tessa, can maybe speak to the 12 months prior to that. But for the last 12 months, the conversations between the council and the school committee have been what I would consider satisfactory. Whenever there was an issue with one of our facilities, it was a quick message to whoever was council president. If there was an issue, certainly would reach out to an appropriate counselor within my district, and my other colleagues would do the same thing. Bi-weekly meetings with the mayor. So now we're just adding additional layers on. It's not like we're just starting anything new. As you can see with the proposal, 2 of the items are already existing controls. We're just adding additional ones on to provide the council more confidence.
I appreciate that. I would encourage, no matter what the outcome of this resolution, that we continue that open forum of discussion so that there is no more veil, so that we have open government that is truly open and not, well, this is my ball, I'm running with it, you can't look at it.
Absolutely, Councilor.
So, and I thank you for that. And again, I'm sorry for piling on.
No problem.
You're the only one here. So one thing that I would like to touch on that you said, that you think that we have smart and capable, or smart people in the council and smart people in the school committee that can figure this problem out.
Yes, sir.
And while I don't disagree that we do have smart, intelligent people in all of those elected positions, I think there's a very defined difference between smart and capable of solving a problem like this. There are people that are needed. There's an expertise and a certain, very certain skill set that is needed to correct a problem of this magnitude.
Yes, sir.
And while I can stand before you today and say that I think I'm pretty smart, I don't think I'm the smartest in the room, but I'm certainly not equipped to make a 5-year budget deficit reduction plan. That is not in my wheelhouse. That is not in my toolbox. Now, I could help and assist, and I could certainly get up to speed with some learning curve, and I'm sure there are other people that can. But the city doesn't have time, and the school department doesn't have time, and these kids and these teachers don't have time for us to get up to speed and educate ourselves in what that fiscally looks like and in a responsible way.
I would agree.
I think that the interjection of experts that have done it for years is important and necessary. And there was some talk about the statutes that already exist. My reading of that statute, and again, that's my practice of law, is not geared towards government politics or that area of law, but my reading of that statute recently has sort of enlightened me to the fact that, and I think the Auditor General, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, that the capacity of the overseer in those statutes is in an advisory role only. Is that correct, Mr. Auditor General?
You are correct. Basically, we serve to basically monitor progress and try to ensure that the problem has to be solved at the municipal level. I have no authority to enact any kind of solution. Our job is to adopt a corrective action plan, and that's where most of our value comes in. And unfortunately, in a lot of cases, it takes forever to even get to a finalized corrective action plan for a lot of the reasons that you cited here. Lack of transparency. Again, that's just the way it's worked in my experience.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that clarity. Now, with that being said, I think it's important to take a prudent course of action to put people in place, and I would urge my fellow council members to strongly consider supporting this resolution. I think it's come a long way from its infancy. There was some language that made a lot of people uncomfortable, and I applaud the mayor and members of the administration at the school side and the city council members who were a part of honing this into a point where it's workable. And it does give the commission the appropriate authority to effectuate change and not just bring in someone from an outside agency to be an advisor only, because we're just spinning our wheels then. We can get advisory opinions from anyone, but unless we have someone that can actually effectuate that change in an expedient and efficient manner, we've done nothing. So I think we need to, and I urge my fellow council members to support this legislation, support the administration, and I would urge everyone involved to look at this not as a hostile takeover or a power grab, but as a collaborative effort where we're all going to have a voice. There is a provision that the superintendent can have an appointee, and their administration can have a voice. There is a provision where the school committee has an appointee, and maybe it's their hired hand. Maybe she comes in and she takes over and she is their voice. And there is 3 members that are naturally appointed by the mayor and approved by the council. That brings a voice from the legislative and the executive branch of the local government. So I would urge everyone to look at this not as a hostile takeover, like I said, but as a collaborative effort that we can show the constituency and show the teachers and show the students that we are all committed to work together Maybe we don't like it. Maybe it's not a great pill to swallow, but we all swallow a little bit of it together and come up with a plan that's sustainable for the future. Now, I'm gonna end at that. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Auditor General, please. Just piggybacking on what Councilman Napa said. Just quickly, my background, I'm a retired teacher. I spent 40 years in the classroom with 20 to 25 students in front of me, 6 periods a day for those 40 years. I was also union president numerous times at Davies Career Tech. I served on numerous state commissions specifically for school funding and also career tech education. So I have a little bit of background there. But like my colleague, I don't have the fiscal knowledge. I can get myself up to speed very quickly. My question, and I'm just following up, under current legislation, your role would only be advisory. So if the school committee and the administration comes up with a plan and you approve it, you're just saying that's a great plan. You have no enforcement. You cannot make them implement that, correct?
You're correct. Yeah. The goal of the plan, though, to be clear, is not only to provide a solution and a roadmap, right? But it also becomes a management tool, right? It becomes a public document that hopefully increases communication as you pass future budgets. Because I don't care what plan you put forward for 5 years, it needs continual revision, right? There's going to be assumptions in that plan that need to be revisited. So again, becomes the more important aspect is it's a management tool. Mm-hmm. There's transparency to that, right? Everybody, however often you decide to meet and review it, revise it, provides good long-term planning. You're having some of these discussions about some of the difficulties the school department's going to have from a financial standpoint, right? Long before they're actually here. You're looking out years. So that's the importance of it.
But the legislation, the proposal that's in front of us, the resolution that we're asking the legislature to look at, that would have an enforcement. That would say, great plan, now you need to implement it and make sure that plan is implemented. Am I correct in that?
So I know it's gone through some revisions, so I haven't actually gotten a chance to look at what's currently, because it's been revised, I think, several times. So again, you have it in front of you. I don't really want to give an opinion on that.
Can I have the mayor come up then, or one of his administration? I'm sorry, Mayor. I'll rephrase or restate. The current legislation, the resolution that's in front of us, it goes to the legislature. It not only creates a plan, it forces, for use of a better word, implementation. In other words, that's a great plan, but now you need to implement it.
Yes.
All right. So it's not just advisory, it's also
No,
implementing.
Once the Auditor General approves the plan, that is the plan.
All right.
And we crafted this very carefully, actually. The Councilman Napa talked about our first document we made. The speaker said, get something up here. I said, it's nowhere near done. And he said, just get it up here anyways. We worked on this continuously. And then we worked with a couple of the councilmen on it. We crafted it very carefully to not take any authority away from the school committee or the school department, other than in this budget deficit. They're still running the school department. We were very careful about that. Did that answer your question? I'm sorry. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you're going to see me referring to some notes because I have specific information that I want to share. But I want to point out that while my comments, yeah, they're tough, and some of them are going to be hard.
but I mean no disrespect to anyone in this room or outside of this room. As of this minute, I have not heard anyone say how we got here. We're sitting on a $9 million deficit, and no one has said how we got here. I've asked that several times, and the answer is, we don't know how we got here. Well, if you don't know how you got here, how am I supposed to have confidence in how you're going to fix it? There's a big difference between being proactive, as you've heard, and being reactive. Proactive is having your thumb on the pulse from the first heartbeat. Reactive is responding to something that you just discovered, but yet you don't know how you got there. We've heard there's going to be reductions. We're going to make some tough cuts. Well, one of the cuts, or list of cuts that I'm looking at, 2.8, almost 2.9 million, these are kick the can down the road cuts. You can color it, you can disguise it, you can call it whatever you please. The most of these are kick the can down the road cuts. We were told there's $150,000 of uncollected lunch fees. But yet, one of the cuts that the school committee is recommending is $25,000 in lunch bills. One of the cuts that is particularly disturbing to me, is $750,000 of cuts this year from the WISE pension contribution. That is particularly concerning to me, because what you're cutting today, you're going to put back tomorrow. You've already told us that tomorrow is going to be worse than today, and the day after that is going to be worse than the first two. So is it fair to say that today we're looking at 9 million, actually 10 million, as the mayor pointed out, plus whatever happened in 2024 that we don't know how that happened either? Is this cumulative? And 3 years from now, are we going to be sitting here discussing $30 million deficits? And this is, by the way, this is no surprise to anyone. It's no surprise to anyone in the school department, and it's no surprise to anyone that works for the schools, and it's sure in hell is no surprise to me that we're sitting here having this conversation today. Because everyone was told about this financial crisis. We were told about falling off the cliff. Goes back to 2020, even before that. We're somewheres that we don't know how we got here, in spite of the fact that we're paying professionals to monitor the checking account. But we have to go out and hire 2 expert consultants to come in and figure it out. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It's been said that this resolution, if it passes, it's going to give too much power to the mayor. How about the power of the school committee? We have 3 people. Think about this, 3 people who control 60% of the tax dollars on the school committee. 3 people.
Now that's some power. As of January 10th, there was no formal corrective action plan. At least nothing that I was told. Going forward, by numbers provided to us, the school department is projecting 3.25% year after year increase from the city. 3.25% year after year is what they are relying on to balance their budget. Going back to, I believe it was around 2022 fiscal year, the school department hired back 38 staff members that were laid off, I believe in 2020. Back then, the school department was cautioned. They were issued a funding cliff warning. A funding cliff warning. That's a pretty stern warning. That wasn't just today or yesterday, and it wasn't just in 2024. Some of the other cuts that I've seen in the numbers that were provided to us lead me to another problem, such as they're going to cut $100,000 in fuel oil. $100,000 out of a $500,000 budget item. But there's a cliff note alongside of it that says, historically, we spend $350,000 to $400,000. Historically, we spend $350,000 to $400,000. They're cutting maintenance. What does that mean? Does that mean we don't clean the classrooms? Does it mean the bathrooms don't get cleaned? What does that mean? $928,000 worth of cuts from directors. What does that mean? Natural gas, a proposed cut of $200,000. It has a total budget of $1.2 million, but it says in the cliff note, historically, we use $1 million. Diesel budget, we're going to cut $162,000 out of a $573,850 budget. Historically, we use $350,000. My point is, these are line items that have been increased with anticipated forecasts of problems, because the word historically is there. It didn't say, oh, we had, we did a great job last year and we cut our fuel down by $100,000. It says historically. This is a dependence. This is a bad habit. This is a culture.
You have 1 minute, Councilman.
Has anyone else gone at over 10 minutes, including the chair of the school committee?
So both the mayor and the chair were invited to do a presentation, and then they were asked questions. So they haven't been at a point when they've been timed. They'll be timed if and when they decide to speak as a member of the public. As far as council members, nobody has exceeded 10 minutes at this time.
The school department, back in, I believe it was the year 2021, had been, let's say, required to provide their actuary reports, submit a plan to the Auditor General. That was in 2021. On August 3rd of 2021, actually. And on October 20th, 2023, a new letter was sent to the superintendent of schools saying no corrective action plan had been received. That's 2 years. This is just an ongoing cumulative problem. This isn't anything new. Years ago, the school department spent $240,000 on coming up with a corrective action plan. Sorry, a consolidation plan, and dismissed it. Dismissed it.
Time's up, Councilman.
Thank you.
Do any other council people? Someone say something? Sorry. So you can't speak unless recognized. Thank you. Councilman DeLuise?
I just have three questions. One's for Sean. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. Hi, Sean. The financial consultant, this Miss Brennan, who pays her and how much does she make?
So the consultant works through our legal counsel. She makes, don't hold me to this, please, it's either $2 or $250 per hour. What we've done is we've restricted the total number of hours on the first project. So we basically said, how many hours do you anticipate this taking you? And that's when she said 40. So our attorney approved up to 40 hours worth of work to do that report. One thing I will say is Ms. Brennan, she was kind enough to go a little bit above and beyond. The initial scope of her work was to just kind of evaluate the FY25 situation while our finance director was still working to reconcile FY24. So that way the school committee didn't continue to spend money and we just kind of froze the trajectory we were going up on. She was then tasked to come in and just look at FY25. But what she also did is she started to look at kind of like some financial practices that should be instituted within the administration to strengthen things from a financial management perspective. So we got a little bit more bang for our buck there. And it's important to note also that our finance department is short-staffed right now. So though we just spent that money on a consultant, we probably would have paid a couple more people within that department, not only their regular compensation, but benefits. So there's kind of a cost avoidance there right now.
So for $10,000, 40 hours, do you think that she can accomplish what she needs to accomplish, or is she going to be continuing?
So great question. That was for the exercise that was just performed in 2024. If this legislation were not to pass and we continue on doing what we're doing, sorry to keep dropping the ifs, Councilman Muto, but we're talking in theory here. Well, then essentially she's going to be splitting her time right now with another consultant, Mary King. So they would be splitting their time, 20 hours each. Right now, we don't have a controller in place. So again, there's also that cost avoidance as well. So we're not paying that salary at this moment. So we're able to cover their costs. They would work until we get to the point of hitting those thresholds that we prescribed, that we indicated, the 5-year plan that has to get to the Auditor General. That's how long they would work. Or until they tell us, you know what, we want to go back to being retired.
Okay. All right, I have a question for the Auditor General. So the members, if it passes, the 3 members that get elected, they have to get paid somehow. So what is your salary going to be, if I can ask that?
So I'm not on the committee. I would not be on the Budget Review Commission.
Okay, but you'd have to be getting paid for your time somehow.
I'm a state employee. This is part of my job, is being involved at the municipal
Okay, so-
level.
so in
there's
other
no
words-
bill coming from me to the city of Warwick.
Oh, okay, okay. So in other words, it's not on the city's dollar.
No, I'm statutorily responsible to oversee municipal finance and take the duties that are given to me under the law, and it's
Okay,
part of my job.
That's great. That's better than 250 an hour.
It's not bad.
Can I just
I
say one
just have
thing?
one more question.
Yeah, could I just, you had mentioned 3 members of the commission. There's going to be 5 members of the
Well,
commission
there's 3 that are appointed and then 2 other ones,
that
right?
get appointed.
5.
Yep, so there'll be 5 individuals getting paid per this commission. Plus staff.
Okay. I just have one question for Mr. Mayor, if I could. So it seems like a lot of concerns are one commission having a lot of power. A lot of concerns are the livelihoods of whether it's janitors, teachers, principals, vice principals. The contracts that were in place now, is there a chance that they could be nullified by the cost cutting?
Absolutely no chance. It's in the legislation. They don't have that authority. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said they have absolutely no authority to have any interference with union contracts, with the personnel decisions, any of that. That's all been crafted into there.
Okay, okay. If I missed that, but I think people want to be assured that haven't seen, and, okay. That's great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Councilman Gebhardt?
I had one question, I guess for the chairman. And so from we've had some preparatory meetings over the last couple of weeks to come up to speed on this and work through, what could be a workable resolution that we could put out here. And one of the items that was identified is that of that school department budget, there's 40 million in non-staffing expense.
That's correct, Councilman.
So you've got $40 million in non-staffing expense, and we've got a $9 million budget. So approximately a $9 million deficit.
Yes, sir.
Which is approximately 25% of that non-staffing spend.
Yes,
that's
sir.
In the budget. And we have a resolution here that doesn't have the ability to look at staffing or any real authority over staffing. So maybe this question isn't for you. Maybe I'm just asking the question out loud because we have to come to some sort of answer on it. But, how do we get comfortable that we're going to squeeze $9 million? Do we really believe that in that $40 million of non-staffing budget, that there's $9 million worth of fluff? Because if you don't, then we are impaneling a commission that doesn't have the ability to do anything. So I'd like to understand what ability the commission will have without those abilities included in the legislation. Not that I'm advocating they be added, not that I'm advocating that they be removed. I'm just trying to understand that out of that $40 million, where do we find 9?
Councilman, I don't know if this is a trap question because you were smiling, and I don't know if you're baiting me into giving you the answer that you think is in my head, but
I'm just a friendly guy.
Yeah. So your question's great. Approximately 78% of our budget is staffing related, right? That's salaries, bennies, FICA pension, all of that stuff. And then you talked about the $40 million in non-staffing, and then approximately 8 to 9 million is roughly, discretionary spend. So that's where the school committee really kicks in, is we can kind of say what we want to do. So in the immediate here, the school committee for FY25 is looking at that discretionary spend, drawing that down, plus doing, I'll quote Councilman Lattiser here and saying, moving the shells around, playing the shell game, but really it's just moving the money around because we're a department that's an expense stream, an expense on the city. We cannot generate revenue. So what we need to do is then long-term, our 5-year plan is kind of transform how we operate as a district. A few years back, yes, it was mentioned that we went through a school consolidation plan, but actually a couple years prior to that, the city of Warwick was one of the only few cities that capitalized on reducing our maintenance of effort to the full 5%. So even after that consolidation, the school district had to make up time anyways and money. So those consolidations, they were just a wash, the cost savings, because the district was playing catch up on what they needed to operate. So moving forward, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to change completely how we operate to kind of grow that discretionary spend area. We also are working hard on addressing the unfunded mandates to provide additional free financial relief within the budget. But if this commission were to come in tomorrow, essentially the only thing they'd be effective at doing is stopping the school committee from having any say over spend.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for the Auditor General, if you have a moment. I guess it would just be the same question. Do you have any concerns about the capability of this commission to effectuate the kind of change that's necessary to get the budget within control without the ability of the commission to touch staffing, to look at contracts, et cetera?
So the exercise, right, that the city has to go through is getting a corrective action plan in place. So regardless, it's on. So essentially you have resources, right? That's what the Budget Commission comes in, brings a certain level of objectivity if you assign the correct individuals to it to oversee the problem. But it's resources, and you need to get to a corrective action plan that you have confidence in, right? The school committee is also going to have to be able to acknowledge that there's a corrective action needed. When it comes to me, it's all about achievability at that point. So it's a matter of getting the resources because you need to do this quickly.
And is it acceptable in that corrective action plan that perhaps 2026 doesn't look that much better than 2025, but by 2027 and 2028, where maybe we can effectuate some changes on staffing or perhaps contracts
So the law does allow for a corrective action over a number of years, usually not more than 5. So again, that's part of it, right? Where can you make cuts, right? Where can you achieve savings? That's what you have to look at. And like I said before, there's a lot of unknowns in that projection. It's going to have to be revisited. No one's going to hand over a 5-year plan that's perfect. That's impossible. So again, it becomes a management tool. It becomes important for both the council and the school committee to revisit it, to use it as a management tool, to basically effectuate the corrective action needed to reduce the deficit.
Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'm not sure who the best person is to answer this particular question, but does anyone have an estimate on how much the Budget Commission would be anticipated to cost between the 5 members and any staff that they may require? Thank you.
We haven't really talked about that. There could be a stipend offered up. We don't know that yet. They'd be entitled to a staff member. It could be a current city employee. We haven't done a lot of work on that because we didn't want to do work on something we didn't know if it was going to pass yet. I know Peter was on the budget committee and he received no pay. Apparently he doesn't have his hearing aid in. Peter. Right. Traditionally, they don't receive a stipend.
Excuse me, I can't hear in this building, and I didn't have my.
I'll repeat.
My experience with our on the Woonsocket Budget Commission, we got paid mileage to drive up there, but there was no compensation. And matter of fact, I saw the Director of Revenue at that time, Friday, and she confirmed that for me.
Do we anticipate that we would be able to find highly qualified financial experts to serve as commission members without paying them a very significant stipend? I can't imagine that we would find those
I don't know.
types of folks.
I had a call from
on
someone who
mileage.
I had a call from someone today who I consider very qualified, who was volunteering his time for that activity. So the fact that I got that one call makes me think that there are people who are interested. But the mayor hasn't gone through the recruitment process yet. How can he? So.
Are you all set, Councilman Ricks?
I suppose one last follow-up question on that is that I believe that I'm trying to find the precise line in this resolution that addresses this, that the Budget Commission may, here we go, employ, retain, and supervise such managerial, professional, and clerical staff as are necessary to carry out its responsibilities. So, all subject to the city finance director's approval. So it seems that the resolution envisions that there would be certain staffing requirements here. I don't know how much of that would be simply a matter of using existing city or school resources versus, well, as it says, employ additional people. It seems like there is a financial impact here. Some people might know what thought is going through my mind here. I am not at this time going to call for a fiscal note because I think it's very important for the public to give input at this very meeting. But whether it's something formal in that form or whether we simply get a better idea of what we're looking at in terms of expenses here. Here we are talking about a massive projected deficit. If we're looking at, okay, what's the best possible solution for that? Perhaps we should know or have
Councilman
a
Ricks, your
rough
time is
idea.
up.
Thank you. Have a rough idea of what this proposed solution would actually cost. Thank you.
So any other members of the council have any questions or comments? And bear in mind, we're all more than welcome to ask comments or questions after the public speaks as well. So it's not a do or die moment. All right, so there was a request made to take a 5-minute recess prior to public comment commencing. Does anyone have any objection to that? All right, seeing none, we'll recess for 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7:05 p.m. All right, so before we get into public comment first, bear in mind my prior remarks on decorum. It's all about not disturbing the meeting. That's really the ultimate metric, whether or not what you do causes a disruption. And as far as how it's going to proceed, just like any other meeting where each person has up to 10 minutes to speak, should they so choose so. You do not have to take all 10 minutes. It's not a requirement. Take less if you wish. You'll be permitted to ask questions of the administration or the school committee chair, assuming either or both are still here at that time. And the key is going to be, as well, staying on topic. We're not here to go after individuals or go after all the actions done over the course of existence. This is about the legislation that's before us and only about that. And now, do we have a motion to open public comment? Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. So public comment is now open. The ayes have it. When each person please go to the mic, introduce yourself before you stop speaking, because otherwise I'm going to have to interrupt you and ask you.
I could hardly hear you.
Introduce
I'm
yourself.
sorry.
No worries, that's on me. I didn't follow my own advice. Make sure you introduce yourself before you start speaking.
My name is Barry Cook, 21-year resident of the city of Warwick. I'm the president of the Warwick Taxpayers Association, but I'm not here on behalf of the association. I'm here on behalf of myself and my wife. My wife and I are in our late 70s. We're on fixed incomes. We pay our taxes. We try to obey all the laws, and we try to be, to the best of our ability, good citizens. Sometimes I might fail at that, but most of the time, thank you. Most of the time, I'm confident that I'm a good citizen. Let me start off by saying that I think this resolution is ill-conceived and poorly timed. I've heard some comments tonight. I want to commend Councilman Ricks for his comments. I will say that what I found most important in his comments were that the current legislation would allow the state to come in and take over the entire city of Warwick, both the city side and the school department side. Quite frankly, from the beginning, I must say, if I have the choice between the resolution just before you or the state taking over the entire city, I, for one, prefer the state coming in under the current legislation and taking over all of the finances. We have heard over many years, I must admit, I've only been active the last 6. Having been a former councilman involved in politics, I kind of shied away from politics until about 6 years ago. This resolution, if passed and then sent to the legislature, should it be passed by the legislature, is a very bad precedent. Because not only does it empower a commission to be established in Warwick, which would eliminate, quite frankly, the school committee and the school administration. They would have no function whatsoever. So the people that we've elected on the school committee, they really don't exist any longer. The precedent is bad because any city or town who feels frustrated with the school committee in their city or town could do something similar. So it's quite possible by passing this resolution, passing in the legislature, we create a bad precedent for the entire state. One of the things that I can't find the letter, unfortunately, on my phone, I've misplaced it. But one of the things that I read, and I think I remember it correctly, in the state auditor's comments, I think he said something to the effect that the $9.6 million deficit couldn't be absorbed by the city because the city has failed to maintain a 17% funding ratio. They're actually at 10%. And I think Councilman Rick at some point said he doesn't recall the funding level ever being at 10%. Now, I may be wrong about that, but that's what I thought I read and heard. So if the city can't fund these matters at appropriate levels, OPEB, pensions, sewers, water, where's the confidence come that they can then, through this commission, appointed, let's face it, appointed by Mayor Picozzi, who in your resolution says that the chairman of the committee will be elected by the 3 members that mayor appoints. Where are we going with this? This is a bad idea. I suggest that we have heard great comments this evening from our chairman, Sean Galligan. Now, he and I don't often agree, but we do agree on some things. And I agree that he has made a representation this evening, to me, sounds responsible and reasonable. We've elected him, we have elected the members of his committee to run the school council, probably the school committee, in conjunction with the administration. If you pass this resolution and it becomes an amended law, then you have just simply removed the city school committee and the administration from their functions. So I don't know where this originated, but it's not a 5-alarm fire. We haven't acted upon this. Ed Lattisaw, Councilman Lattisaw, it goes back to 2020. It might go back before then. Well, why was it an emergency back in 2020? Why wasn't this brought up in 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024? Is this an effort to distort the city's position financially? We want to hide the city's shortcomings by taking the focus off the city and placing it on the school committee? What are we trying to hide? I suggest that you defeat this resolution. There's nothing positive about it. It's going to affect too many people. It's going to disenfranchise those of us who took the time to study the candidates for school committee and go out and vote for them. You have now disenfranchised all of we voters who voted for Testa, for Galligan, for the Hazelwood, for the rest of them. You have now disenfranchised us. This is a power grab. Someone said, oh, maybe it was Councilman Foley. I don't know. Someone said, this is not a power grab. It is a power grab. It's a way to give the mayor power that doesn't exist. He wants to be able to run the entire city under his thumb. It's a bad idea. I urge you to reject this resolution. I will ask one question and I'm done. As it relates to my comment about funding levels of 10% versus 17%, could someone just clarify that for me? Because I can't find it in my phone where I saved it. Who can help me with that? You think I can walk over there? Just give me 1 second to find it. Thank you. You just say the last page? Just bear with me, please. Okay, thank you. From the Auditor General's comments in the letter of January 20th to members of the Warwick City Council, the city's fund balance reserves are not sufficient to absorb the projected operating deficit for fiscal year 2025. Warwick's percentage of unrestricted fund balance to the annual general fund total expenditures and other financing uses was 10.59% in the last city-issued audited financial statements. This ratio is lower than the recommended Government Finances Office Association reserve percentage of 17%, in parentheses, approximately 2 months of general fund expenditures for municipalities. So let me just reiterate that point. The Auditor General, who is recommending you pass this resolution, is pointing out that the city's reserve fund are not sufficiently funded to cover this projected deficit. He points out that while the Government Finance Officers Association reserve percentage of 17%, that's what they recommend, the city's only at 10.59%. So again, if you're going to invoke legislation, let's look at the entire city. Now, one final comment. What I don't see in this resolution, and I haven't heard this evening is, and I'm very curious about this, if I look at this resolution and read it as it's written, if you pass this resolution and the legislature enacts it, who is going to be responsible for the 380 million plus the 40 million that was cut? Who's going to be responsible for running the $420 million construction project of 2 high schools? Will this commission made up of 3 appointees by the mayor, will they do it? Who is going to run the construction project? You've taken the school committee and the administration out of it once you pass this resolution and it's enacted by the legislature. So you don't have confidence that they can correct $9.6 billion over 5 years, but you have enough confidence to let them run the school construction projects. How does that make any sense? You people should reject this resolution out of hand. It's ill-conceived, it's a power grab, it's unnecessary, Your chairman of the school committee has told you that by February 28th, he hopes to have a handle on the problem. He hopes to work with the mayor and the city council in a collaborative fashion. If it wasn't an emergency in 20, 21, 22, 23, when Ed Lattiser was on the council, when Jeremy Ricks was on the council, what makes it an emergency today? Why is it an emergency? I'm done. You should reject this resolution. It's not a good idea. Thank you.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? Mary Townsend, Wise Union President, Executive Vice President of Council 94, and most importantly, a special education teacher assistant here in Warwick Public Schools in my 43rd year. I don't think there's anybody close that's been involved in Warwick Public Schools, employed and substitute for over 43 years. That being said, by the way, I am a lifetime Warwick resident and a taxpayer. I made a list today. For the record, for anybody who doesn't know, what the Wise Union represents 400 support staff in Warwick Public Schools, custodians, clerical, teacher assistants, IT, and our maintenance and tradesmen in the maintenance department. So anybody who's not a teacher or an administrator is one of us. We're Wise. I'm here today to voice my concerns about the mayor's proposal for a budget commission to examine the school department's finances. Our Wise members are concerned with the recent developments of a significant deficit in the Warwick School Department's budget. Yet, respectfully, we urge the City Council not to overreact, which is what we feel this is, especially when we've been around with this many times over the years. Doesn't make it right, but doesn't make it something that cannot be resolved here in our city and with our schools. So we believe the district should be given the opportunity and the time to get our school community's house in order and continue to close the deficit. The Wise Union, I'm sure the Warwick Teachers Union will continue to advocate not only in the best interest of our members, but ultimately, first and foremost, in the best interest of the students, which is what I feel we have done for all these years. So I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I would certainly recommend that the school committee and the school district be given the time they deserve and need to solve our problems here in the city and not somewhere else. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President. Sean Collins, Warwick resident for life and much beleaguered taxpayer for a long time. It's my turn. I just found out about this meeting, so I don't have prepared remarks. However, I would like to comment on Mr. I'm going to mess up your name, Laudiker, Councilman Laudiker. Did I say that? Sorry. Pointing out the ridiculous proposed budget cuts. You would have to believe that the same school committee and school department that misspent, did not know they were overspending allegedly $500,000 a month, is the same school committee and school department that can now predict the weather for next year, and they can tell you how much gas and oil they're going to use. That's BS. It amazes me how statutorily, charter-wise, there is nothing. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong. There is no control over the school department and the school committee, which is why we're here talking about this resolution. Am I correct? They have 60% of my tax dollars, and we have no control over them. Your job as council people, public safety in the foremost, and looking out for the taxpayers. You need to pass this resolution. There's got to be some oversight of the school department and the school committee. The school committee chairman got up here and said that he found in 7 days $3.5 or $3.7 million in savings. The councilman pointed out from Ward 5 how that's nonsense. He found that in 7 days, but for the past year, he couldn't balance the budget. I've handled multi-million-dollar budgets as a police chief.
I know you look at your budget before you hire somebody. I never overspent a budget once. Always come under. You balance the books, you look to see if you have the money to hire somebody, you see if you have the money to go to WB Mason, you see if you have the money to do anything, pay the heating bills. Apparently, the school department and the school committee chair and the others on the school committee, they're free from having to worry about any of that. That's why they're over budget $9 million, and that's not counting the $40 million we're going to have to cough up for the 2 high schools. So I'm going to tell you a little story. My parents in this city had to sell their house because after raising 10 kids and paying their taxes for decades, they paid off their mortgage. And they could not afford the taxes on the house. They had to sell the house and move in with one of my siblings. That's going to happen to more people in this city. So I want you to take this very seriously. Your jobs. They don't take their job seriously. They're spending money like drunken sailors on shore leave. My apologies to drunken sailors. You have to take this seriously. People are going to lose their homes. That's not an exaggeration. 10 years from now, the tax is going to be out of control. The mayor's already talking about a massive tax increase. If I have to pay $10 more a week, I'm already, for the luxury of living in the city I grew up in and the city I love, I have to pay over $100 a week in taxes. Is it going to be $200 a week in 10 years? I don't know. This is insane. Stop this insanity. Get some control over these people. They don't care. Where's the superintendent? She's not here tonight. She's at some function, something more important than a $9 million deficit? I don't think so. I'm asking you, Councilman, with all due respect, do your jobs, look out for the welfare of the citizens of the city of Warwick, and do something. If this resolution is the only thing you can do something to protect us. Thank you very much.
Richard Langseth, Budlong Farm. I want to paint a picture. I want to paint a picture of Mr. Sinapi right here where I am now. And you city council people ask him questions about what the mayor is doing. Ask him questions about perhaps the Department of Public Works and why a garbage truck has a broken axle. There is no way that the school department can come here through the chairman of the school committee and ask detailed questions of him as if he were the school department. This is ludicrous. I was at the inauguration a couple of weeks ago, and there was the school department employee who caused all this trouble, standing at the inauguration, taking the time to go there. Why is he not here? I think this is a really important question. Why is the superintendent of schools not here? Yes, she had a function. Oh, okay. But maybe after the function, she could have come here. It's not impossible. These people are not here because they don't want to be here. That's the truth. And I have to say that the most regard for my former mayor's son, Mr. Lattiser, who has put himself out to make sure that we are beginning to get some controls here. I was not convinced when I came to this meeting tonight about which way I would go, but after seeing the behavior of the school department, the non-behavior of the school department, I recommend that you move this forward to the General Assembly. Now, there may be some problems with it, okay? The General Assembly has attorneys. You know what? They actually look at stuff and see if it's constitutional. We don't know if this is constitutional. I have a question. Has any attorney looked at this bill?
So who's your question directed at?
I suppose it's a city council solicitor.
Are you an attorney that looked at this bill?
Thank you, Mr. Langseth. This resolution came to us from the administration.
with the input of the city solicitor. And I, as council solicitor, have also reviewed it on behalf of the 9 members here.
Okay. So perhaps the mayor could, perhaps you could ask the mayor why the city solicitor isn't here?
You can ask him. It's his prerogative whether or not he answers.
Okay.
Well, as the solicitor said, we did it through him also. The city solicitor doesn't normally come to council meetings. We rely on his wisdom there. And he had a hand in crafting and amending the bill.
Okay, I'm confused enough to say you should pass this bill on to the General Assembly so that their legal people can look at it to find out if this is constitutional. That's their job. Our job is to present petitions to the General Assembly. Their job is to make sure that these bills can legally be enacted. And I would sincerely suggest that you move this ahead. Now, there's another side to all of this. Everybody's talking about the big rush. You know, it has to be done by February 28th or whatever. The General Assembly is not going to hear this bill as an emergency. They've got a lot of real emergencies, okay? The school department has an option. They could just simply lay some people off. I mean, it's not rocket science here. I hate to say that because people get hurt, but you know what? Everybody else is going to get hurt too. So I'm just a little bit worked up here. I'm sorry. Normally I'm not, but this whole thing is just so confusing to me. I don't know where to go. I talk to the people as best I can, and the answers are still strange. You know, oh, you're taking the power away from the school committee. Oh yeah, maybe you are. You're taking the power away from people. You're taking the power away from everybody. I don't get it. I think that this thing is still a little bit fuzzy, and I would suggest that we go to the General Assembly with it. They are going to have a hearing. At that point, we can be much more prepared to figure out what this is really all about. And in the meantime, which is so important, is the school department is on notice that they have to fix things. I can't remember which city council person asked the question, but the question is, what is the school department going to do while this is going to the General Assembly? Well, I certainly hope that they're going to work this thing out so that they can go to the General Assembly and say, geez, we really don't need this because everything's fine. Or perhaps I could go to the General Assembly and say to the General Assembly that the city of Warwick has worked it out, so we really don't need this, so just forget about it. Most bills die in committee anyway. It's not a big deal. Well, what's the chance of this bill getting through? Seriously, think about it for a minute. There's going to be hundreds of people up there opposing it. Yeah, how many people are going to go to the General Assembly and suggest that this bill go through? Oh, perhaps a few city council members, maybe myself, but I can assure you that the vast majority of people at that hearing are going to be opposed to it. So it doesn't do any harm in my mind to send it there. So I really suggest you do. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for recognition. Hi, my name is Kini Behe, and I am a senior at Pilgrim High School. And I have lived in Warwick my whole life, and I have attended public school for 12 years now. And I feel that I offer a unique perspective on the topic being discussed today. While there are many problems in our schools and city as a whole, I do not think taking away the people we've elected, whose sole purpose is to represent the student's best interest and place that responsibility in turn into a new committee, in which the people, taxpayers, voters, have no say in this answer. I don't see the point in taking the job away from the officials the people have elected to do said job. Wouldn't it possibly make more sense for both the elected officials of the schools and the city to work together for the betterment of us all? I want to thank you, and I understand that everyone here has had to make hard decisions But I ask you all to please remember that you were elected to represent everyone. And please continue to do so. Thank you.
Joe Rochelle, Ward 1 resident and parent of a child at Wyman Elementary School. Mr. Council President, council members, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, I just have to say, what are we doing here? We're talking about a proposal that you have no numbers on. We talk about the 5 committee members, but we can't come up with a single salary. We can't come up with a cost. How are we going to the General Assembly when we're talking about a deficit, but we're talking about money coming in or money being spent on a commission, which right now is unlawful? It's unlawful. You cannot do this in the state without laws being passed by the legislation. We can say it's not a power grab, and Mr. Mayor, I don't think you're trying to consolidate power under your leadership, but it is. When push comes to shove, you're talking about 3 appointed people appointed by the mayor's office, by one single person, who are replacing duly elected officials who, by the way, were sworn in less than 30 days ago. Less than 30 days ago, these people who are elected by the city of Warwick to do the job that we're asking them to do are now being undercut and replaced by bureaucrats who answer to one person, and that's you, Mr. Mayor Picozzi. They don't answer to the taxpayers. They don't answer to the city council. They answer to one person. That's consolidated power, and that is dangerous. That is very dangerous. That's a slippery slope that we're going to go down that once again takes away the power of our elected officials, people that we duly elected into office. The taxpayers, the people of Warwick, chose these people to represent us, not only in the good, but in the bad. We know that there are problems within the city. We know there are problems within budgets. And these people were elected by the people, by your constituents, to fix those problems. To say this is premature is an understatement. Yes, we understand. And I think that, at least to me and what I've heard from both presentations, I think the proposal is in good faith, but it's very, very premature. The presentation presented by Mr. Galligan was clear. It was concise. It made sense. Now, we may not like all of the cuts. We may not like the as you called it, Councilman Lattiser, the shell games, but they're working on it. And that's what they're there to do. They're there to work on it. They're there to work together. There are transparencies that were brought out. There are transparencies. There's cooperation that's been proposed so that there is additional oversight. And that's what we're asking for. Now, when we talk about the city's proposal, you know what was missing there? What I didn't hear once? The kids. There was not a single sentence, not a single thing talked about how this is going to affect the students, the future of our city. When we talk about this city becoming a great city again, when we talk about drawing people into the city and no longer having a declining school population, but a growing one, doesn't matter how many Chick-fil-A's you build, doesn't matter how many Shake Shacks or Steak and Shakes you bring in here. It's about having great schools. And we can. You know, I forget who, maybe it was Mr. Galligan that said, there's a bunch of smart people that are standing here in front of me. There's a bunch of smart people on that school committee. There's a bunch of smart people in Mayor Picozzi's office. Work together. We don't need a commission. We don't need bureaucrats to sit here and dictate what's happening in our schools, taking the taxpayers' voice out of it. It's unfair to take that away from us. We're the ones that put you in power, that put the city council in power, the school committee in power, the mayor in power. Let our decisions run the city. Because for us to sit here today and talk about a plan that's not fully developed, I heard one person state, oh, well, I got a call from somebody in Woonsocket that may want to volunteer for this position. Oh, that's a great resume. Somebody from Woonsocket that may want to volunteer for this position, but we're in a fiscal emergency, right? We're in a fiscal emergency and we're taking phone calls from some random person in Woonsocket who wants to take this position. Why? If he's not getting paid, what's he getting? The point is, while the plan may be done with all well intentions, there's not much of a plan. The iteration that was put on Facebook 2 days ago has changed 16 times since then in a scramble to try to get this passed and pushed through in front of you right now. February 28th comes, Mr. Gallagher and the school committee present their plan to the auditor. And then what's stopping this council from then calling this meeting again and revisiting it after that work has been done? Why do we have to vote on this today when it's something that isn't ready to be voted on? I'm not asking you to vote for. I'm not asking you to vote against. What I'm asking you to do is table this vote. Let the school committee get to work. Let them do what they're saying they're going to do. Let them show you the progress. And then if that doesn't happen, call another meeting at 5 o'clock on a Tuesday and have the vote. Hopefully at that point, the mayor's office has had time to get more of these details that right now we don't have. So I'm going to ask you, please table this vote, let the voters matter, and do not pass and send this to the General Assembly. And I do have one question, because one of the things that has come up is that the city can't afford to pay for this deficit. That our rainy day fund isn't at 17%, and that's going to hurt our bond rating, according to the Auditor General's letter. Well, whose fault is that? Is that the school committee? Is it the school committee's fault that we only have 10% funded in the rainy day fund? That our bond ratings, if we had to, whether it's 9, 4, 3 million, had to give more of that money? Is that the school committee's fault that the city would suffer and our bond ratings would suffer? Or is it the people that want the power? Is it their fault that we can't give that? Dad can't loan the kid $5 because dad's got no money in his pocket. But we want to take that power when our fiscal house isn't much better than what we have in the school committee. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask you, with the existing legislation on the state side, where they can come in and look at both the school committee and the city, rather than trying to get new legislation, why don't we just go with the legislation that's currently enacted?
Because the school department has a $9 million deficit. It's appeared over the past 6 months, apparently. The city council, the city doesn't. Our fund balance is about $35 million. The report that was read by the Auditor General was from 2023. Admittedly, the city has the challenges, but this is a crisis right now. $9 million is a maximum tax levy, maximum tax increase, and it's going forward. As I said, everything that's been presented by the school department to this point fixes it for this moment. It comes back next year, comes back the year after. There has to be an amortization plan over 4 or 5 years, and they don't have the ability to cut $9 million out of this budget. And they also can't slam the car into a wall and tear the school department apart next year and start laying everyone off. It has to be a well thought out plan. There's been no evidence of that plan coming forward, and they're not going to get it done by February. And the risk of waiting here, this is very urgent. This is going to take time to create this committee. We can't sit back, give them another chance, because as I said, I mean, this has been going on for a while. Councilman Napper alluded to it, that they were informed in the summertime that they had a deficit, and I heard more than $2 million. No action was taken. I was informed about this, and the Auditor General was in December, less than a month ago. It's crucial. It has to go forward now. It's not a power grab. They're not going to be bureaucrats. They're going to be people with financial skills. The city council will approve them. There are checks and balances here. I have no interest in running the school department. It's not a power grab. This was carefully crafted that this committee will have no control over the school committee in any matters of education. Not curriculum, not personnel decisions. They can't hire, they can't fire, they can't negotiate union contracts. It's just to deal with the deficit.
Understandable, but you're saying they're not bureaucrats. They're financial people that are going to come in and look at Excel spreadsheet lines and not necessarily the children and what those items are going to affect when it comes to the kids. I will end at that, and thank you, Mayor, for answering my question.
One thing that you said, I mean, I'm as concerned about the children's education as you are, but I'm also concerned that their parents can put a roof over their head, food on their table, clothes on their back, and their grandparents can afford to live in their houses. There has to be a balance of all needs here.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Julie Connors Costello. I am a lifetime resident of Warwick. I've been voting since I registered to vote back at Warwick Veterans Memorial High School in 1989. I am a resident of Ward 7. I'm a proud 28-year veteran teacher at Windman Middle School. And my statements are pretty much just that, maybe a few rhetorical questions thrown in there. First thing, the school committee is nonpartisan, where if we have this resolution get passed, then the mayor does have complete control over what happens, especially if he appoints 3 people to the committee. Why would a committee need to be appointed? Why would the committee need to be appointed? Why couldn't the citizens of Warwick, as we have done for many years, elect the 5 individuals to the position? Why not return the power to the people, the citizens of Warwick, and have them vote? The school committee's been doing that for many years. I also question, how can this be passed when we don't know how much money it is going to cost to have this commission? There are salaries to consider, clerical folks to be paid. There are meeting locations that will need to be established. It's fiscally irresponsible at this time to do it. I also question, is there a term limit? Is this going to be part of the school committee's budget to pay these 5 individuals? I will say I am grateful to what Keeney and the gentleman before me said. I echo their concerns. I also would like to say that where we had former schools, there are now neighborhoods going up. John Wicks, Christopher Rhodes, a huge development over on Post Road. So people are coming, and I'm sure they're going to be coming with their children. I'm not quite sure if there will be a problem with people continuing to leave if we have all of this real estate available for people to purchase. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Patrick Maloney, Warwick resident, former vice chair of the school committee from 2008 to 2012. I'd like to read into the record an email sent from Lynn Danbrook on December 19th at 3:54 p.m. That was over a month ago. So I'd like to just note that the mayor said this was a crisis 4 times in his last comments. Dear Honorable Mayor Picozzi, outgoing City Council President McAllister, incoming City Council President Sinapity, and Auditor General David Bergatino. The Warwick School Department Administration is providing you with this notice as required by state law. We were alerted by our Finance Department of concerns relative to the potential deficit of fiscal year 2025. The school committee authorized a municipal finance consultant to come in and work with our finance department to quantify the potential issue. The consultant has finished her initial projections, and there's an estimated $9 million deficit for fiscal year 2025. The cause for this deficit, as best we can determine, is largely related to overspending in both the salary and benefits budgetary lines. The administration is currently undergoing the process to determine which steps can be made to immediately mitigate the situation. We are respectfully requesting, all parties included in this email to discuss additional options immediately. So if this is a crisis, why was the city council incoming president and the mayor notified over a month ago, and we're sitting here now? We know there's been 2 meetings that were behind closed doors. One of them, that's Channel 12, was kicked out of the meeting, as well as Coalition Radio was kicked out of the meeting. So why is it almost a month later that we're discussing this crisis? If it was a crisis and you didn't need to call a meeting and you didn't have to have open meetings violations and have the city council and other members meet, why couldn't this have been started a month ago? This is ridiculous that here we are now, a month later. Wasted time. Now, I know the mayor wants to have highly qualified individuals and finance people come in to sit in with the school committee. I want it on the record that everyone in here know that the school committee members get $4,000 a year. $4,000 a year to serve. They do not serve for the money. I can tell you that right now. I took all the hours I was on the school committee and I made about 30 cents an hour. So if you think that you're going to find highly qualified individuals to come in here and help us with this debacle, I doubt it. Continue with my other. Okay. In 1964, the state created the school committees to be nonpartisan to keep politics out of school education decisions. The Providence mayor appoints his school committee, and when the Providence mayor doesn't like the school committee decisions, he threatens in the newspaper to replace the appointees. On November 8th, 2024, the Providence school budget had woes. According to an article in the local paper, the state withheld city funds totaling $8.5 million in state aid for failing to meet the school obligations. Here's a history lesson. In 2011, $6.5 million was cut by the Honorable Mayor Scott Avedisian. Since 2011, $84.5 million was taken by the city and not given to the schools. This is $84.5 million that went to the city over the last 13 years. If not for the teachers, Wise Union and administration agreeing to pay 20% copay to the schools, we would have been in this situation years ago, so I commend them for doing that. Their 20% copay saved the schools $4 million a year. Now let's talk about commissions. How does everyone feel about the Public Utilities Commission, and how's that working for people? Here's how commissions work in Rhode Island. Politicians create commissions. Commissions make unpopular decisions that are costly. Decisions like the cost of electricity or the cost of water. When the people go to the politicians that created the commissions to complain about price increases, the politicians say their hands are tied and they have no control over the commissions, just as they have no control over the school committee. So we will be right back where we were. The commissions will inevitably do what the politicians want and ignore the people at the cost of the people. The problem is that many politicians don't serve anymore, and when something goes wrong, they point fingers in self-preservation. When a politician makes a knee-jerk reaction and they make decisions without thinking, bad things will happen. Our own city had a finance issue and had to pay over 30 years. They went to the state and asked to have it amortized over 40 years, and it was granted, despite the laws preventing it from being paid this way. A commission won't solve the problem. What will solve the problem? Holding politicians, including the school committee, responsible. That solves a problem. We have elections, and there are consequences when people are elected. If the mayor wants to be more involved with the schools, he should run for school committee again. The mayor could also start now to find 2 to 3 people that he would like to run for school committee during the next election. There are checks and balances for a reason. At the Warwick debate on October 10th, the mayor and our other opponents stated that we need to trust the people in the process of a $350 million bond for new schools. I said there was no way the schools could be built for $350 million. Within 2 weeks, the schools needed $37.5 million more. At that point, the mayor and the city finance director should have been watching the finances. They didn't. They ignored the school finances. A $37.5 million surprise and a shortfall for new buildings followed shortly now by an additional $9 million deficit. Here's another solution. The superintendent and the finance director needs to be fired. When I was on the school committee, we had a finance director that I was not confident in, and I wasn't getting the answers that I wanted. The school committee fired the finance director, and we brought somebody else in. The superintendent later was not giving adequate answers to us that we were asking for. The superintendent was let go, and we brought somebody in. The city finance director should have been closely following the school committee budget since the $37.5 million surprise. Did the mayor and finance director ignore the problem because they were focusing on other things? I believe the city finance director should be fired too. Solutions: fire the school superintendent. Bring in a temporary superintendent. My suggestion: Bill McCaffrey. He's already done the job successfully. Fire the school finance director immediately. I suggest bringing in whoever this consultant is that found the $9 million issue. Schools have special education students. We have more than any other city. If the schools can get, and I can tell you from personal experience, if the schools can get within $1.5 to $2 million, the federal money from special education will come in to close the gap. Check the history. It happens every year. It happens right after June. For all you new city council members, check the budgets. It happens. In October of, I didn't want to bring this up yet, but I will. In October of 2020, an article in the Warwick Beacon stated that more than half the city council had family members working for the city. We have 4 new city council members. I suggest the schools and the city go through and find out who actually is doing work there and who isn't doing work there, and take the appropriate actions.
Please stay on topic.
I will. I have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
You do indeed.
When the mayor took office, the number of library employees was 35. It's now increased to 60. And finally, for the schools, this is a last-ditch effort for the schools. The Carullo Act. Is the city providing the schools what should have been in the memorandum of effort after having $84.5 million taken over the last 13 years? The schools can sue the city for not properly funding the schools. I don't think we should do that. But I do ask you, do we want to get more and more lawyers involved? Should the city claim bankruptcy? With the schools in a budget crisis and the city OPEB at over $1 billion, I believe we should have the state come in to look at both the schools and the city. I have a minute left. The taxpayers of this city have had enough. There are 4 new city council members and 5 other people. You need to work together with the schools. There are checks and balances in place for a reason. The schools, the city council, and the mayor can work together to accomplish closing this gap. You will not do it if you point fingers. Thank you.
Starting my clock here. Robert Cushman, I'm a former Ward 1 city councilman, former chairman of the Warwick School Committee. Well, first of all, I want to say how refreshing it is that I can see that the council members are actually paying attention to people at public comment. That's very refreshing to see. The councilman Napper, DeLuise, Muto, and Kirby, welcome. I don't think that you thought in your second meeting you would have a one-way ticket on the SS Warwick Titanic, but here you are. I think most of us can agree that we need oversight in the school budget. I think one of the things that we need to look at is that, do we want to look at a solution that's tried and tested, or do we want to go up to the General Assembly with a resolution that we don't even know, I heard, whether it's legal or not? We don't know whether it's going to pass. I'm already hearing there's going to be a huge opposition from organized labor up there. And then, you know, the other thing is that what I'm hearing is right now is taxpayers are scared to death. And I'm glad Major Collins came up and talked about his, you know, aging parents and things like that, because there are a lot of people that are going to be forced to move out of the city. I'm going to say right now, I have no confidence in the current school department and the administration in fixing this problem. Councilman Napa, I learned something new today where you pointed out that the administration knew about this deficit 6 months ago. They didn't tell anybody. How can you have people even still employed that had a cover-up of this magnitude and it exploded to this deficit that it is right now? I got to commend Councilman Gebhardt. You said $40 million in non-discretionary spending, and we're going to cut 25% of that? That doesn't make sense. I don't believe it. The point I want to make here is that this didn't happen overnight. This fiscal crisis has been brewing in the city for the last 10 to 15 years. We've known about it. I've stood up here from different council people talking about this, pleading with some kind of changes. It's all gone on deaf ears. We've kicked the can down the road.
We have $1.1 billion in unfunded liabilities on the city budget. Long-term, and Councilman Ricks, I've talked to you about this, and you agree, in the long term, the city budget is worse than the school budget. But I figured we were going to be in a fiscal crisis probably 2 to 3 years from now when the school budgets go past. That puts our unfunded liabilities at $1.5 billion. The second worst in the state. Guess who's first? It's Providence. Let's forget about Providence. They should have gone bankrupt years ago. We also have stuff called unfunded liabilities on the books that they're not quantitatively put anywhere.
Please stay on topic.
Okay. So here's my point. The city and the schools have been bailed out over the last 5 years for tens of millions of dollars in COVID funds. This would have happened a long time ago. Let's talk about the tried and tested law that nobody has brought up tonight. It's under Chapter 9, Budget Commissions, 45-9-3, Appointment and Duties of a Fiscal Overseer. This is from the law. Upon the joint request by the city's chief executive officer and city council, which request is approved by the Division of Municipal Finance and the Auditor Director, the Director of Revenue may appoint a fiscal overseer for the city to assess the ability of the city government to manage fiscal crises. So if you pass the resolution tonight calling for this, and I'm going to have probably just one question I want to ask the mayor, but I want to make sure I get my time in. Would the mayor be willing to sign that resolution to bring in a fiscal overseer? Because if you do that, this is on the books. There's going to be no debate about it. No one could protest it and say you can't do it because it's a law. What's the fiscal overseer going to do if he comes in? He's going to supervise all financial services and activities. I'm reading this directly from the law. He's going to provide assistance in all matters related to fiscal affairs. He's going to assist in the development and preparation of budgets for all departments and spending plans. He's going to review and propose contracts and obligations. You guys have to you got a contract ratification vote Monday, and you got this major crisis in the problem. That should be delayed. He's going to monitor the expenditures of all funds. He's going to approve the annual budgets of the city and all departments, which includes the school department. And then he's going to report to the Director of Revenue, the Auditor General, the Governor, and the chairpersons of the House Finance and Senate Finance on the progress made towards reducing the municipality's deficit and otherwise obtaining financial stability. That's exactly what you want to happen with the commission that you're proposing, that you don't even know if you could legally get it through the House, through the General Assembly. Use the existing law. Within 120 days of being appointed by the Director of Revenue, the fiscal overseer shall develop a 3-year operating and capital financial plan to achieve fiscal stability in the city or town. The fiscal overseer shall have the power to compile operational, performance, or forensic audits or any similar assessment. What's one of the things we heard tonight, Councilman Lattisaw? We don't know how the hell this happened. We need a forensic audit. A fiscal overseer is going to bring in a full staff of people, and he could do all the things that you want to get done. I would say probably immediately if you pass a resolution. Or it's not going to take 6 months, 3 months, or whatever. And here's the other point. This is the other part of the law. This is 45.9.5. If the fiscal overseer shall report in writing to the Division of Municipal Finance if the fiscal overseer concludes that the city is unable to present a balanced budget, faces a fiscal crisis that poses an imminent danger to the safety of the citizens. I think the potential tax increases that we're seeing because of this and the long-term implications of trying to solve this problem does pose a safety concern to the residents and their property, will not achieve fiscal stability without the assistance of a budget commission, and that the tax levy of the fiscal year should not be approved. So he's going to look at many more things that are written into this law that you don't even have written into your law. And this is the main point too. If the fiscal overseer believes at any time that a budget commission shall be appointed, the fiscal overseer may report that belief to the Division of Municipal Finance. You know what happens after that? The Director of Revenue, if the fiscal overseer reports to the Division of Municipal Finance under subsections A, B, the director may immediately abolish the fiscal overseer, and then he appoints a budget commission. So you're skipping all step one. You're going right to step two with a power grab.
when you really should be using the existing law. Go through step one. He's going to do exactly what you want to do, and he's going to do more than what you want to do. And you know what happens if he comes back? He's going to look at the city budget. He's going to look at the school budget. He's going to look at everything that's coming on down the line. And if he appoints a budget commission, and this is what I think maybe the mayor and everybody else is afraid of, guess what? Nobody in the city has any more power to do anything, which I think is a good thing because we need a new fresh set of eyes to come into the city. A budget commission will come in under the state law. You guys can no longer pass a budget. The school committee can no longer pass a budget. They're going to come in. They have the power to talk to the unions and do whatever's necessary to clean things up. And I got about 2 minutes left. The problem with the school department is contractual problems. You have things, I was on that school committee, you probably still got the same things built into the contract. I don't want to see people losing their jobs. But the fact of the matter is the number of employees in the school department need to be reduced to fit the enrollment decline that's going on through the years. It's the same thing on the city side. We have provisions in these contracts that are so costly and wasteful. And the problem is they can't negotiate contracts. But if they can't achieve some kind of financial savings, the next step is that budget commission could take the city into receivership. And I think we're on that path already. So you guys could go do what you want with your feel-good legislation, which is probably going to do nothing. You're not going to pay attention to what's going on the city side of the budget. And, you know, I think eventually you're probably going to get to the point where the state is going to have to come in. Do it now. If you have nothing to fear on the city side, if the city budget is fantastic and it's great and we don't have any kind of problems, what are you afraid of? Let the fiscal overseer come in. He's going to produce all the reporting you want. He'll do forensic audits.
You have
He's
1
gonna-
minute, Mr. Cushman.
Yes, you'll have a staff of 4 people. So, all right, my final question, I guess this is through the chair, to the mayor. If this city council scrapped the current resolution and called for a fiscal overseer to be appointed by the director of the Department of Revenue, Mayor, would you sign that resolution? Mr. Sinapi, that's through you, to the mayor.
No.
Why not? Through the chair. Why not?
Because I don't feel it's necessary, and I'm not here for that. I'm here with this
I didn't
course of
hear him.
action.
Well, I didn't hear it.
Because of the cat calls from the audience, I too didn't hear him.
Can
If you're going to be disruptive, you will have to leave. Please stop. Everyone's welcome to speak. Mr. Cushman waited quite a long time to speak. Please respect his time. Mayor, could you please answer that again? I apologize.
The answer is no, and I disagree with his analysis of the necessity of it.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Michelle Comar. I'm a taxpayer from Ward 1. And I don't want to repeat anything Bob Cushman said, but I agree with him. He just supported my opposition of this resolution, and I'm in favor of the council and the mayor signing on to Rhode Island General Law 45. Is this on, Councilman? Oh, thank you. I'm in favor of the council and mayor signing on to and using existing law, General Law 45-9, and looking at a global picture of both, as Councilman Ricks had mentioned, both the school committee and the municipal budget side. And the reason why that no one's mentioned, because I don't want to repeat anybody's good presentations and facts here tonight, is in the resolution itself. It's on the second page under 45-9.1-4, excuse me, 1-3, authority, powers, duties. And under B, number 3, amortize operational deficits in an amount as the city finance director approves and for a term not longer than 5 years. It is a power grab. We have a one department city. It's going to be a unified school committee and municipal. That's not how it's supposed to be. The action that before the council tonight, this legislation, I believe, circumvents the city's charter. It circumvents Rhode Island Constitution, Article 13. There's a set procedure to change your charter. And why do I love it? Because you know what I stand for. Transparency, public involvement. I didn't learn about what happened with the $9 million deficit or whatever the amount is because the public was not invited to a meeting, which 4 city council people attended. No one called me, and you know I'm at the mic. And it was designed just to get under the radar of the Open Meetings Act. That's not transparency. The taxpayers need to know immediately. Now, I have 2 questions to ask the school committee, better yet, the school department, but they're not here. And how does this deficit affect the payback, the debt payback for the bonds of the 2 new schools? Because surprise, another surprise they had, and no one's on top of finances over there, obviously, is that they were $35 million short. So then they're making cuts. Now they're going to have to make cuts somehow of the 22% left outside of the 78%. I think these are your figures. Correct me if I'm wrong. 78% of the budget goes to salaries, pensions, employee benefits. That leaves 22% for the kids, pencils, paper, and pay back debts. How are they going to do this? And because the city finance director is going to call the shots, he better know the whole picture. The council people better know the whole picture on the school side and the municipal side, because we got some serious decisions to make, not easy decisions. So I want to, again, Sean, I don't want to make it go up and down, but my question is, how does this deficit affect the school payback of the loans? And that project, I think, was scheduled to start in a few weeks. What's the status of that? And then my last question, which I didn't hear the answer yet from you, better yet, the school department, sorry, was how did we get to this deficit? How did this happen? Those 3 questions, please.
Good to go. Yes, the one thing is the timing of the construction isn't pertinent, but everything else may very well be. We'll find out from the answer to the questions.
Thank you. I just want to clarify a couple things. So the bond is separate from our general operating budget. So you threw out a figure, I believe it was like $33 or $35 million over budget on that. It's the last update that was given to the general public in October, I believe was like 37.8 million. So that's on the bond and the construction related project. The bond is kind of sold, it is not kind of sold. It is sold by the mayor and his finance team. So I wouldn't be able to comment further on that. They could probably take that question here in a second, and how that would implicate tax rates and everything thereafter. We just have our general operating budget. The second question you had, excuse me?
How did we get this deficit? What caused this deficit?
I'm still waiting for a clear, finite answer from the administration, but what I can say at a very high level right now, as the financial consultants are still going through it, there are multiple variables that came together all at once here. One of the biggest ones at $3.5 million is we budgeted in when we put together when the administration put together the FY25 budget and presented it to the school committee, was a reduction of workforce. There was a comment made earlier about headcount and how we need to continue to cut headcount. However, what actually drives headcount management in the school department is student need. I'll give you a really good example. If a child comes into our district in the month of October and they require an if they have a 504 plan or what we call an individualized education plan or IEP, if that child has that and they come in and it states that you need to hire a TA and it's got to be a one-to-one, well, that's a legal document. That's something that the school committee cannot say yes or no to. We have to hire them. I'm not saying that instance there is the big driver for a $9 million deficit. Bringing back unbudgeted employees, last conservative figure I had was roughly about $3.5 million. So that's a big third of what we have experienced thus far. Other standard accounting practices have been called into question as possible contributors to the issue, but I wouldn't want to speak to those particulars just yet because they're still verifying that, in fact, that those were the root causes that contributed to this mess. I do know that it was stated that in the month of August that there was a potential deficit identified. We didn't raise the alarm at that time only because we wanted to make sure we knew exactly what the figure was. And at the beginning of the year, what often happens when you start up your school is you have all of your initial costs, right? So you're renewing your curriculums, you're reopening your schools, you're buying materials. So because of all of that, all of a sudden it just went boom, and it hit. So we're working through it. We froze spend as soon as we started seeing it going on, and that was in October. And that's all I can say at this time.
Okay, so there's some teacher salaries that are not budgeted, or there's a shortfall in that.
Correct.
Were COVID or AFRA funds used in the past budget to cover that? They're not forever funds.
No, you're 100% correct. Yes, we call them ESSER funds
Yep.
on the school side, and yes, some of those ESSER funds were used. However, I believe that for those particular positions, they were spent responsibly on two functions in particular: math interventionists and reading interventionists. And as you have seen, scores for our school, internal diagnostics are showing that there has been a benefit to those positions. Now, what the school committee had to do prior to the start of FY25 is the administration had to find that cap space within the budget to account for them. So although ESSER funds were used on one-time expenditure, on recurring expenses like that, they were accounted for when developing the FY25 budget.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
So it looks like what we could be headed for is a real tightening of the belts in these next coming years. And we're used to seeing the number 60-40. 60% of our tax or revenue of the budget goes to the schools, 40% for municipal. We might have to tighten that to help the school department out to 70-30, or who knows. And that's another reason we need the big picture, what's happening on the municipal side, and are we in good order there to be the shock absorber for this oversight. And you're right, I have little confidence in the school committee, worse yet, the school department. I do agree that somebody wasn't paying attention, and we need better oversight. In the past, the city council has passed resolution for this oversight, and it was to, on a quarterly basis, have department heads come to the podium and give a quarterly report. Sometimes it's like, well, we did a sewer construction project from X to YZ point. But what we need to key on now is you got the budget. How far are you in expending that budget? Any surprises? And that includes the school department coming here. We've never asked them to come in on a regular basis to do a report. They need oversight. So I hope the city council institutes that again and expands that resolution to catch the school department as well. Thank you for your time tonight.
Good evening, Mr. City Council President. I salute you in your new role and welcome everybody who's here tonight, and respect for the new city councilors who are coming on board to be faced with something like this for their first meeting. And also thank you to members of city administration and people who are here from the school department. For the record, my name is Michael Zarum. I am a resident in Ward 2. I'm also very grateful that I got my primary education here in the city of Warwick, which was very basic fundamental education that prepared me for the rest of my life. I had stuff prepared to say tonight, and I'm going to change that a little bit after listening to everybody. I keep seeing the numbers jump around. When I look at the draft resolution, it's got, this is a deficit, and that's the wrong word. It's a forecast deficit. It's not a deficit yet. And when I listen to Mr. Galligan, my understanding is that forecast deficit has now already been reduced from the 9 million that's stated in the draft resolution down to below 4 million. Is that correct, Mr. Galligan? Okay, I believe that's correct. It's less than 4 million now. So if anything, first, this resolution needs to be adjusted and have that value of 9 million changed. And also the math that came up with that number, if you go by the numbers in the resolution, it's actually not 9 million. It's $9,001,149. So whoever did the resolution, the math is incorrect. But I think that should be updated to the figure that Mr. Galligan stated it's been reduced to. As far as budgets go, a lot of us know, some do, some don't. There are fixed budgets, there are variable budgets. Now, with running a school department in certain areas like children with special needs and special education, there may be costs in the future that aren't predictable. As some members testified, they may have to hire additional staff. Situations like that, there's usually not a fixed budget. It's usually a variable budget with a range. So if that wasn't done, I do think there's room for improvement here. Beyond that, and listening to everybody, I want to state emphatically that I oppose this resolution in its current form. I believe if it goes to the General Assembly in its current form, it will not pass. Based on what I've seen before, I saw a lot of opposition here tonight. I believe if it goes to the State House or the General Assembly in its current form, that you'll even have more opposition at the State House. I think what Mr. Cushman proposed, there are already laws on the book on the current general laws, should be looked at as an option. One other option is a solution. Most of you know me that I'm always looking for solutions, would be if it goes to the General Assembly, it's got to go through committee, then it's got to go through House, it's got to go through Senate, then it's got to go to the governor. And Mr. Mayor said maybe several months. I think it'll take longer before a decision's made. And if this is so urgent, I think that we've got people in the school committee and the school department that should have more intimate knowledge that would not necessitate bringing in people from outside to figure out where this forecast deficit is coming from. Now, when I looked at the school committee's website, I see that there's somebody, Brandon Bowl, Director of Finance. And if the school department has a Director of Finance, I do think they should be brought before the City Council or Legislative Committee to explain this forecast deficit, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if I would classify it as an emergency as opposed to urgent, because I don't see the school department as being insolvent at this point. They've identified something, they're working on it. What I think would be more productive is if people work as a team cooperatively. That's people on the City Council, people in the school department, the school committee, city administration, and also people from the state auditor's office to make suggestions. I think there are several issues here. This is not just the budget. When you look at finances and how finances are controlled in any organization, I don't care if it's a high-tech company or a government organization, federal government, city government, state government, there are standard procedural ways to deal with how you manage your finances. And it goes well beyond budget managing. It's usually a complete financial management system. And when I use the word system, I don't mean just a computer system.
I mean, what are the policies and procedures on how a budget is worked up, how it's followed, how it's tracked? If there is going to be an unfavorable variance in the future, how's it going to get corrected? And what's the reporting procedure for that so that everybody's informed and people as a team can work on it? With that, I would like it if the city council could not pass this tonight, perhaps hold it and look at these other solutions. Perhaps at the next city council, if this name that I see on the school department's website, Brandon Bull, is director of finance, that he has to come in and explain where this forecast deficit is coming from. If they have a number, they had to come up with a number somewhere. They should be able to track it. Beyond that, I did draft up formal comments, and I would like those to be entered into the record this evening. The memo that I wrote is address comments and requests. I don't have time to read it all, but I would appreciate everybody reading it and consider holding this resolution until the next city council meeting, going through the memo that I wrote. If you do want to send something to the State House, look at what I wrote in this memo to improve the resolution so it's workable, more thorough. I also don't believe that the city administration should control this. I think it should be an external commission of overseers. And Mr. Ricks, I believe, did you hand out, did everybody get a copy of this? Yes, no? Okay, so I'll just mention this. One of the things I asked was to delete the heading Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission and make it more appropriate, replaced with City of Warwick Fiscal Oversight Commission, because this is fiscal oversight. It goes well beyond the budget to how you manage finances. I see I'm on 2 minutes. Wow, you're correct. If you read through this, I've got other things in here, for example, where it says budget, that it should be budget and financial control system. It's changes like that. If you really want to make this work, the wording has to be appropriate. And I would hope that you would review all of this and go through everything that I have on here and consider amending the draft resolution to make it work for everybody that's a stakeholder in here. With that, I also want to say, I'm not going to have time to read this, but I would ask everybody to go through it. I'm here if you have any questions, feel free. I'm perfectly willing to share my years of experience in industry to get this on the right track and come up with an appropriate solution. And then also, if part of this variance or unfavorable variance turns out to be additional hiring in special ed, and
You have 1 minute,
thank you,
Mr.
Lynn.
Zarum.
Thank you, Lynn. If this variance does turn out from additional hires for special ed, and the variance forecast is now down to around 3 million, or between 3 and 4 million, I'd rather see the city come up with the additional funding rather than spend it on consultants, to spend it on additional staff for the school department so the children's needs can be taken care of. So please read through this. Please don't approve this tonight. Please consider all the different options I've asked you to consider. And let's go forward with the best path forward for all the stakeholders in the city. Thank you.
And then is there any objection to Councilman Gebhardt reading in a short statement from a constituent? Seeing none, Councilman Gebhardt, fire away.
All right, thank you. We received a written comment from Miss Barbara Walsh, who is a frequent flyer here, but had difficulty getting out tonight. So out of respect, wanted to read it into the record. I'm unable to attend tonight's meeting, but wanted to share my opinion about the School Finance Commission proposed for tonight's meeting. I am asking that you support this resolution and do all you can to hold the school committee and school department accountable for not adhering to their very generous budget. The cost of educating a student in Warwick is higher than most municipalities. The cost for teachers is more generous than most municipalities, and yet taxpayers are rewarded for this generosity by student proficiency that is quite low and obviously not in the student's best interests. If this commission is established, please clarify tonight who is paying for its staff. Thank you, Barbara Walsh.
All right, last call for public comment, if anyone wants to speak.
Sean Rainey, Ward 1. I just want to reiterate a couple of things, and I think that Mr. Galligan has come forward and has plans that do not require outside intervention. They have plans to bring the deficit in order, and do not think that it needs to have an outside commission that we don't know the cost of. When you get something for zero, you get zero. The old adage, you get what you pay for. So we have to watch out for that. Nobody's going to volunteer for this in-depth analysis of this budget to come up with a plan to satisfy $9 million or $6 million or $3 million, whatever it is at this point. I think we just need to give them another month or two and let them come up with their plan and bring it to the order of the general and let it play out. I think they're doing due diligence. I've seen some school committees that have been terrible in the past, and I think this school committee and administration, for the most part, has been forthright and honest in their due diligence of doing their duties. As for the 4 new members, how would you like the state to come in and say, you have to pay the dues of the past committees with their budgets? Would you like somebody coming in and holding your feet to the fire when you had no input on the past? Let these people work for what they've been elected to do. The people elected them, let them work. With oversight, they have a great plan. I think it's a good plan to work with all of you, work with the mayor's office, get this stuff in order, and I think it'll work out if you give them the chance. So I'm asking you to reject this motion, this resolution, and let them work on their budget. Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5. I can't believe I got back in time. I got the kids showered and fed. And so yeah. Whew. I will say this, it's really important, right, that they see this process. And that was something we got to talk about too, even when we got home as we were watching public comment about how important it is to do this. So I'm glad we get to do it. Very quickly, because you all have been here the entire time. For me, this is a definite no vote for a variety of reasons, which have already been said, mostly along the lines of the responsibility for the school needs to stay with the school. A lot of the public comment I've heard tonight hasn't really emphasized the most important thing to me, which is our children and the education they receive. And I want that left in the hands of our administration and our teachers and our school committee. It was just no disrespect to the city council or to the mayor. But at the end of the day, we had that separation of power for a reason. And if there was if it felt like folks weren't cooperating, then I would completely understand. I really would. But that is not what it feels like here. We've already heard the more accurate language of a forecast deficit. So I think we need to take steps here that model the respect for the separation of power, for collaboration, right? And for me, not just because, I mean, you met my kids tonight, but they're my priority, but not just those two. Every child in Warwick is my priority. And I want to make sure that ultimately those decisions about whether or not we're staffing for kids who need IEPs or we're staffing for kids who need multi-language assistance, all those things, that needs to stay with the school department. Thank you.
So last call for any comments or questions from members of the public. Seeing none, do we have a motion to close the public comment for the evening? Motion made, Councilman Lattiser, seconded, Councilman Gebhardt, Councilman Foley, Councilman Ricks. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. So the public comment portion of the evening is now closed. So first thing, some housekeeping. We have, at least on my end, several amendments to introduce, just as one that simply formalizes what's already been discussed as the intent of the proposed legislation. Specifically, it seeks to memorialize that CBAs will be left untouched, the existing ones, that the duty to bargain will not be eliminated by the commission, that school department personnel will not be hired or terminated, and that projects funded by bond proceeds, such as the new high schools, will not be impacted. It also does some clarifications elsewise. And so, Solicitor, would your preference be that it get moved and then we read them out? Would someone be so kind as to move the amendment for the purpose of discussion? Councilman Ricks, do we have a second? Councilman Napa? So then I'll defer to the solicitor. Yep.
So Councilman Ricks, on behalf of the council president and seconded by Councilman Napa, has asked for an amendment in multiple parts, and I'll try and describe them briefly. All of the proposed amendments for this particular amendment are pertaining to the, all but one of them is pertaining to the, all of them are pertaining to the ask of the legislature. So it's not in the whereases or be it resolved clause. These are all changes proposed to the general law that is being asked to be enacted. So the first one would be on in the proposed 45 9.1-1 in the subsection C, which is on line 19 of page 2. It would put in a clause that reads, notwithstanding any other provision of law to the contrary, comma, and then change the uppercase A to a lowercase a in the word action. The intent of this is to make clear that that the authorization being granted here is unquestioned as it relates to any conflicting piece of law to the contrary. The second amendment is to, in the proposed 45 9.1-3 in B7, to insert the word financial before the word performance, so as to make this clause read, compel operational, financial performance, or forensic audits, or any other similar assessments. The third piece of this amendment is to add a new proposed section 5 relative to exemptions. So this would add a new section that would be part of the proposed law would be 45 9.1-5 exemptions. A, nothing in this chapter shall authorize the Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission to, and there are 4 pieces to this. Number 1, reject or alter any existing collective bargaining agreement currently in effect. Number 2, eliminate the duty to bargain as provided in Chapter 9.3 of Title 28. Number 4, hire or terminate school department personnel. Number 4, impact projects funded by bond proceeds or make any decisions related thereto, including but not limited to construction of new high schools. The final amendment is in the section directing the clerk. We would be to add the House Committee on Education and the Senate Committee on Education, so that these chairs and clerks of these committees would also receive a copy of this resolution, along with the members of the Warwick General Assembly delegation, alongside the House and Senate Finance chairs and the House and Senate chairs of and clerks of the Housing and Municipal Government Committees. That is the conclusion of the amendment. If I have to answer any questions that councilmen may have.
And for what it's worth, my understanding is the administration found these proposed changes acceptable, although if I'm incorrect in any regard, do not hesitate to correct me.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and Councilman Gebhardt, your hand was up.
No, sorry.
All right, no worries. So procedurally, right now, there's a motion. Oh, Councilman Napa?
Just one question, well, two questions rather. I just want to clarify that the members of the WISE Union are covered under that 45-9.1-5 subsection 4, that the hiring and firing of school department personnel shall be, well, they will not have the authority to do that, and the WISE Union is covered under that provision. So their employment is safe relative to the commission.
The language as presented covers any school department personnel. So if it falls under the purview of the department, that those personnels are covered. So yes.
Okay. I would also like to, can I propose a change to one of the subsections?
So is it to change something that he's proposing or to add something else?
To add something into what the council president is suggesting.
If it's, it may be easier procedurally to address it as a subsequent amendment, but
it would just be to add in that relative to the CBA, that they can't amend, change, or cancel any of the existing CBA. Presumably, we don't know how long this budget commission is going to be in place, and if a new CBA is going to come into play that is negotiated and entered into, that they can't change or alter or amend any subsequent CBA as well, or ratified contract rather.
I mean,
if that situation arises, and it may not, but I think it's reasonable to foresee that it's a possibility that could happen.
so that would require the commission to stay in existence for 2 years or more.
And hopefully it doesn't even come into fruition, but it's not outside of the realm of possibilities that it could.
so given that this may substantively change it, perhaps it is better to conclude this amendment and you'd be able to further clarify that as a subsequent one, unless members want to do a secondary. It gets complicated if we do secondary amendments to the underlying amendment.
Yeah, and I recognize that this is an unlikely scenario, but lawyers deal in unlikely scenarios. It's what we do.
He's not wrong. Mayor, you had gotten up. Do you want to say something?
Well, I was just going to say, could we accomplish that by striking the word existing? I hate to simplify things for you attorneys, but
it would require, there are ways to delete rather than add. It would also probably need to strike the limitation to the currently in effect language as well.
well, we would have no objection to that.
You want to just do one and then do the other for the purpose of keeping it clean?
Are there any other member comments or questions as it pertains to the SNAPI amendment in its current form before we get into a potential secondary?
Councilman Gebhardt?
I've had a moment to formulate my question. So is a fair amount of the objection we heard from the public tonight was related to um, removing the authority of the school committee. And so is it fair to say that even if this commission were put in place, that the school committee still has a substantial authority in that they are still the overseers of all hire fire personnel, as well as the negotiation of future contracts, while they may take into account recommendations, proposals, or budgetary limitations put on them by the commission, that power would still rest with the school committee. Is that a fair interpretation of how that would practically function?
Generally speaking, yes. The commission is only being given the itemized powers and duties in Section 3 of this bill. The additional clarifications that are part of this amendment and are intended to further guide that the things that are not there are not there. So if it's not something that's derived explicitly from B1 through 7 of Section 3, and then further blocked by this addition, that's basically the framework of what this commission can do. It is providing guidelines subject to the Auditor General's role to exit this commission, but it is not necessarily overriding all actions of the school committee.
But the commission would have the authority to essentially put the school committee into a position where their budget had been altered to a point where they could not achieve it without making either contractual or employment concessions. Because ultimately the power of the purse will reside in the commission.
I think this speaks to some of your earlier points this evening, whereby they are given powers in a limited way, and in that manner, it is not able to touch collective bargaining agreements and to hire and fire. So, the power of the commission is to try and squeeze what they have in a limited section of the budget, as you previously noted.
Yeah. Okay.
But also to guide a longer-term plan. So it's not necessarily the powers that is being executed by this potential new body, but it's also their ability to help formulate a multi-year plan that could potentially be achieved through subsequent actions of the school committee, the department, the unions, and others.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Since we have a lot of members from the public who often aren't at these meetings, and otherwise, just to clarify for those watching, a couple of very quick items. So perhaps with very few exceptions, such as the hiring of the superintendent, the school committee doesn't do the hiring. It's the superintendent that tends to have that power. There may be some exceptions to that. Obviously, the members of the school committee would know better than me as to those. And procedurally, just to make clear as to how I will vote, even if I do not support the underlying resolution here, if there are amendments that tend to, in my opinion, improve what's in front of us, I'm going to vote in favor of those amendments. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on the proposed amendments? Councilman DeLuise?
Yes, if I may, I'd like to make an amendment to the mayor's proposal, if I could.
So first, we're going to finish addressing the current proposed amendment one way or another, up or down, and then absolutely yes. So is there anything else for this particular proposed amendment?
So just to be clear for members of the council and those at home, the motion before you that has been seconded is the amendments that I read into the record, does not yet include any other changes. We can come back to whatever the body decides thereafter, but this is on the Sinapi amendment.
All right, so seeing no further questions or comments, clerk will call the roll on the proposed amendment.
Mrs.
Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ray?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right. So now we're working off of the proposed resolution and legislation as amended. And so Councilman Napa, do you want to do yours? And then we'll go to Councilman DeLuise.
I'd like to propose, excuse me, I'd like to propose an amendment to the newly amended section 45-9.1-5, I mean, subsection 2. Is that right, Mr. Solicitor?
I think you're speaking to number 1, but if you want to get a second and on the motion relative to the issue of current versus future
Correct.
CBAs.
Yes.
So is there, would be, someone would like to second this amendment for discussion?
Second by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Foley.
Thank you.
So since you don't have it in front of you, I'll just read the provision again. This, now that as part of this is 45-9.1-5 exemptions. Sub A says nothing in this chapter shall authorize the Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission to, and it has 4 itemized things. The thing that you are focused on is number 1, reject or alter any existing collective bargaining agreement currently in effect. It seems like if we delete existing as well as currently in effect and pluralize agreement, you could make the sentence read, reject or alter any collective bargaining. Actually, we don't need to pluralize agreement. Reject or alter any collective bargaining agreement. Is that the intent of your amendment?
I think that gets it, yeah.
Okay, so.
So are there any questions or comments on Councilman Napa's proposed amendment? All right, seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby? Yes. Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ray?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right, now Councilman DeLuise.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to the mayor's proposal, if this is possible, to increase the commission to a 4 appointed person as well as 3 other persons consisting of a person from the teachers union, the superintendent, and someone from the school committee. So instead of 5, make it 7. And this, I know people are worried about the mayor's, power grab and all that, but I think 7 people making decisions, 3 of them who are in the, the school arena, it may be more amenable to everyone.
All right,
Like-
so sorry to stop you, but before we can discuss and get into the rationale, we need a second on the motion. So seconded by Councilman Ricks, Councilman Foley. All right, feel free to continue. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Feel free to continue now. We just needed someone to second it so we could actually discuss it like you were doing.
Okay. No, I think that, everybody's worried about, the power of one commission to have, but I think if you spread it out and you have an advocate from the teachers union, superintendent, and someone from the school committee, they can discuss. And they can, the people that are going to be overlooking the finances, hopefully that they can find where the problems are and may put at ease the minds of the people that are in the school department. I don't know, may work.
So to formalize your amendment, Councilman, just so I understand it right, you would look to change the composition, which is section 2 of the bill, proposed bill, to expand from 5 to 7 of the total members.
Yes.
Change 3 of which to be 4 of which with the mayor and the council, with council approval. So it's changing 3 to 4 in that aspect, and then adding a designee of Warwick Teachers Union.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so, yeah, thus far we've been looking at the mayor first on the proposed amendment. So Mayor, do you have any thoughts?
Well, a couple of objections. Making it 7 members, it's getting cumbersome. It's going to be hard to find 5 qualified people. I'm not in favor of the union getting a seat, although the school committee chair or the superintendent could appoint someone from there if they felt it was useful.
All righty. Any members of the council? Councilman Gephardt?
Yeah, I would have a similar sentiment. I mean, I'll start by saying I think this thing only works if both unions, the school committee, the administration, and the city work together. That said, I am comfortable with the composition as it stands. And I agree that we've heard concern about the cost to impanel such a commission. B, we want them to move expeditiously. I think a smaller number of members will move quicker than a larger number and likely at less cost. And C, I think that representation from the school side can be enabled by the appointments that already exist for the superintendent and for the school committee. So for that reason, I would be in opposition to this.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser?
Just for the record, Mr. President, I would concur with Councilman Gephardt's conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I too tried to add another person, in fact, the Auditor General, but he turned me down for a good reason. It would have been a conflict because he's responsible for approval power down the line. Any other members of the council have any questions or comments? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
No.
Mr. DeLuise?
I'm sorry, what were we, on my own amendment? Well, I'd have to say yes.
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muno?
No.
Mr. Napa?
No.
Mr. Reyes?
No.
1 yes, 8 no, amendment passed.
All right, so currently we still have before us the resolution and legislation as amended by myself and Councilman Napa. Do we have any other questions or comments on such as it's in its amended form? And any other proposed amendments? Councilman Lattiser.
I don't have any proposed amendments, Mr. Chair. I'd make a motion for favorable action as amended.
All right, so before that, we'll make sure everyone has a chance to speak. So is everyone done with their comments? We're all good?
I wouldn't mind making a comment. What'd you say?
And what'd you say, Councilman Gephardt? I apologize.
I wouldn't mind making a comment.
Go for it.
All right. Here's what I'd say. First off, I want to thank Chairman Galligan for stepping up and being the only one here tonight to represent the schools. During Mr. Wiggins and Ms. Kirby-Check. But I did not see you at the mic taking arrows, in fairness. While none of these three created this situation directly, I think Chairman Galligan's leadership and willingness to tackle these issues head on is something that deserves our respect. On the points that Mr. Cushman raised, I think I appreciate his comments about a fiscal overseer, but I'm not convinced that our current position, while far from ideal, constitutes the type of emergency envisioned in that legislation. No doubt it's serious, but we still have an opportunity to address these challenges. The way I look at what we can do tonight is more of a belt and suspenders type approach, right? And Councilman Muto alluded to this, or maybe not alluded, but spoke directly to this earlier, is that we have confidence that you all are doing the work today and will continue to do the work to close this gap. That said, we didn't arrive here because the house was in order. And you're coming here and we're here where we are tonight because we're in a very serious situation that deserves serious attention. So I think the prudent action for us is to move this forward, but to continue the collaborative approach with the school committee and with the school administration, while also focusing on bringing in resources that clearly their budget today does not support, and that we can gain access to through the outreach that the mayor's been doing, that we all will do to get the best and the brightest on our team to help us navigate through this and to a better place in the future. So I, for one, am happy with where we have arrived at the end of this. I do not think it is a silver bullet, but it is a step forward. Thank you.
Do any other members of the council want to last
Mr.
word?
President, I just make a point that I have a motion and a second.
Yep. But we have several people who haven't spoken at all, haven't had a chance to, and others who still have time to speak. Councilman Napa?
Just a caveat off of Councilman Gebhardt's comments directed towards the school committee. We do applaud your actions to this point, and we really respect you coming up here, especially Mr. Galligan taking the peppering that he did from all of us on behalf of the administration. And looking at this in the most favorable light, I truly hope that you all can work together and work with the administration and work with us to find a way through this, and that the actions we're taking here tonight, or potentially we'll take here tonight, are largely never going to be realized. And I have faith in, and nor do I want to usurp your authority as elected officials, and I have faith in your drive to make a resolution to this problem. But I think this is a prudent approach to have a backstop, just in case we can't. And I think that we can make great steps working together for it, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. And again, I thank you all for coming here tonight.
All right, any other members of the council? All right, so I guess I'll finally speak on this, seeing as I've held my tongue long enough. So most people have no idea what's been going on the past week. And I know I'm not alone on this, but I've spent 30 or 40 hours of my time working on this. It's definitely been a wild ride. Those who have praised Chairman Galligan for his participation here tonight, I assure you his participation elsewise has been above and beyond. This would be a far less collegiate scenario that we're in right now, but for his actions, he's been phenomenal. The school department has similarly been at our beck and call when it comes to questions. They've both pledged to and have delivered on doing basically anything asked of them to help resolve this. And I mean, you wouldn't have to come to the meetings for that long to realize that there used to be deep animosity between the two bodies, like incredibly deep, like it was bad. Since this crisis was announced and everything started happening in rapid fire, there's been unparalleled cooperation between us, like more than I've ever seen or even heard of, frankly, in the city. So from my perspective, and why I spend so much time on this, is because I've been trying to basically play the role of mediator and also finding something that works both short-term and long-term. Because we do have the time factor, whether or not people want to claim that it's a power grab or anything else, you're welcome to claim whatever you want. The reality is a state employee who's tasked with these sort of things came forward and said, there is in fact a time factor. This is in fact the prudent course of action. So those things are kind of undeniable. He has no reason to be biased. He's not appointed by the mayor or any of us. we have to take his advice on its face. Same with the prior Auditor General. He's in a similar boat. But there's ways that this can be done that's not necessarily damaging. Because the legislation is drafted how it is, we're not necessarily in a bad spot, because in theory, the school department and school committee can have everything resolved before the commission even begins to exist. And if they aren't able to do that, then the worst case scenario, they gain free expert help to fix it. I don't see that as a bad thing. I don't see any version of that as bad, especially with the protections we made clear tonight via the amendments. So while some might think this is somehow a negative or a black mark by pushing this to the General Assembly, I strongly disagree, both by the actions that have already happened and the actions proposed. Like, people don't realize the amount of collaboration, not only that occurred, but it's now going to occur. In fact, you're probably going to get sick of it, because they'll likely be coming to meetings frequently, and we'll be like going to their meetings, and we might have a joint meeting or more joint meetings. So it's a lot. It's a kind of a dawn of a new age for the city in a good way. And for all those who want fiscal oversight and accountability and transparency, I mean, this checks all the boxes and then some. So I don't see any negatives there. And one thing that wasn't stressed enough, and why this is so critical, is the bond rating issue. So right now we're dealing with something that's very frustrating, very disappointing. Nobody's happy about it. No side is thrilled about the current circumstances. If the bond rating was downgraded, we're not looking at a frustration, an aggravation, or a difficulty. We're looking at a catastrophe. That's not something that we could potentially remedy. We might just be out of luck at that point. So by having this set up the way we do, not only do we signal to bond raters that we are not asleep at the helm, we are not just letting these problems accrue, we're actively taking a role in addressing the issues. These are all good things, and hopefully prevent any bond rating hit. And by having it lined up the way we do, we don't have to worry about, well, you know, we waited another month and it turns out something else came up and now it's not resolvable. So now we have to start the process, but then it's too late. That's not really an option. And when I complained about how much time I was sinking into this, jokingly, to the mayor, he correctly pointed out that he has spent infinitely more time on this, him and his staff. So yes, you all are correct when people said this isn't a new or emergent issue. Right, because they've been working on it for some time, just like Chairman Galligan has, just like the school department has. And it's simply a fact that at least some of, if not most of, that remains to be seen for sure, of the reason we're here is because of prior iterations of the committee and or department. So people are right when they say it's unfair to burden the current department and committee with the totality of the problem. It's just not a fair accusation or conclusion. I'm hoping that people have realized that by now. It certainly seems, at least based on the council, that at minimum a majority of us are fully aware of it, which I still can't get over how this is like night and day as compared to prior council relations with the school committee and department. We were passing like, not censure motions, but motions of no confidence against the school superintendent and their finance officer before. And now that's not even, like, no one's even mentioned that. In fact, everyone's just talking about working together. It can't be understated that also the General Assembly is a further check on this. So there's no guarantee that it passes there. If they find issue with it, it likely won't. If they think it's a good idea, then it will. It's just that simple. If people still disagree with the content of this, they are more than welcome and feel free to be encouraged, in fact, to lobby the General Assembly accordingly. But I think this walks a delicate balance as written between doing something that, frankly, none of us want to do. I certainly don't, because some of the same things that members of the public said here tonight are the same things I've been saying for a week. How, if it can happen to the school committee, could happen to any elected official, any body, where and on a whim, these things can change. But it's important to note this wasn't a whim. This was weeks in the making where they tried to resolve it, all parties, and realized they felt left with little other option. And I think it's fair to say that, I mean, I'm confident that this will get resolved within the next few months, one way or another. I hope it will not necessitate a commission, but I'm not going to be disappointed if it does, because again, free expert help, or by free, I mean not paid for by the school department, is not something I'm opposed to, especially when, I mean, if the roles were reversed, I would very much like free expert help for the city. So I just don't see it as a bad thing. People can spin it however they want, but it doesn't make it right. So Councilman Lattiser has moved and was seconded. Call the vote. So clerk, please do the roll.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
8 yes, 1 no. Motion passes.
So that concludes our business. Do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion made and seconded. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. We stand adjourned.